2. Criminalistics. A. Personal identification. Personal identification. Alphonse Bertillon was a French criminologist and anthropologist who created the first system of physical measurements, photography, and record-keeping that police could use to identify recidivist criminals. Ancient Babylon, fingerprints were used in clay tablets for business transactions. 1000 to 2000 BC. Anthropometry, the first system of personal identification. Azizul Haq and Hemchandra Bose, 1897, two Indian fingerprint experts credited with primary development of the Henry system of fingerprint classification, named after their supervisor, Edward Richard Henry. Bertillon system, a system of identification which focuses on the meticulous measurement and recording of different parts and components of the human body. Gyroscopy, it is the examination and thorough study of the palms of the human hand as a point identifying persons. Core dash. 1. Approximate center of the pattern. 2. It is placed upon or within the innermost sufficient tree curve. Dactyl, finger. Dactylography, the scientific study of fingerprints as a means of identification. Dactylomancy, the scientific study of fingerprint for the purposes of personality interpretation. Dactyloscopy, a method of studying fingerprints to establish identification. Delta dash. 1. Point on a ridge at or nearest to the point of divergence of two typal lines and 2. Is located at or directly in front of the point of divergence. Dermal papillae, is the irregular pegs composed of delicate connective tissue protruding and forming ridges of the skin on the fingers, palms, toes, and soles of the feet. Dr. Henry P. DeForest, he accomplished the first fingerprint file established in the United States, and the first use of fingerprinting by a U.S. government agency. Dr. Nehemiah Grew, in 1684, he was the first European to publish friction ridge skin observations. Edgeoscopy, the study of the morphological characteristics of friction ridges, shape or contour of the edges of friction ridges. Edmond Locard, informally referred to as the Sherlock Holmes of France, he developed the science of poroscopy, the study of fingerprint pores and the impressions produced by these pores. He went on to write that if 12 specific points were identical between two fingerprints, it would be sufficient for positive identification. This work led to the use of fingerprints in identifying criminals being adopted over Bertillon's earlier technique of anthropometry. Fingerprint is an impression of the friction ridge of all or any part of the finger. Fingerprint ridges are formed during the 3rd to 4th month of fetal development. Fingerprint classification systems. 1. The Henry classification system, developed by Henry in the late 1800s. 2. Ichnophilanometric system, the original name of the system developed by Vucetich in 1891. 3. Dactyloscopy, the new name of the system developed by Vucetich. 4. The Illers system of classification, developed by Illers. Identity, developed in the 1930s by G. Tyler Mayers. 5. The American system of fingerprint classification, developed by Park in 1903. 6. The Conley system. The Flack-Conley system, developed in 1906 in New Jersey, an improved Conley system. 7. NSIC fingerprint classification system. Collins system, a classification system for single fingerprint used in Scotland Yard in the early 1900s. 8. Jorgensen system, a classification system for single fingerprints used in the early 1900s. 9. Batley system, a classification system for single fingerprints used in the 1930s. Friction skin, also called papillary skin, is the epidermal layer found on the ventral or lower surface of the hands and feet covered with ridges and furrows. Fundamental layers of friction skin. 1. Epidermis, outer layer, stratum corneum, stratum mucosum. 2. Dermis, inner layer, blood vessel, dermal pupilla, various glands and nerves. Furrows, the depressed or canal-like structure, the white space between the ridges. Gilbert Thompson, he used his thumbprint on a document to prevent forgery. First known use of fingerprints in the U.S. John Evangelist Perkinge, anatomy professor at the University of Breslau, in 1823, he published his thesis discussing 9 fingerprint patterns, but he made no mention of the value of fingerprints for personal identification. He is considered by many as the father of dactyloscopy. For purposes of the Criminology licensure examination, Johannes Evangelist Perkinge is the same person as John Evangelist Perkinge. 1 Vucetich, in 1892, 2 boys were brutally murdered in the village of Necochea, near Buenos Aires, Argentina. Initially, suspicion fell on a man named Velázquez, a suitor of the children's mother, Francisca Rojas. Investigators found a bloody fingerprint at the crime scene and contacted Juan Vucetich, who was developing a system of fingerprint identification for police use. Vucetich compared the fingerprints of Rojas and Velázquez with the bloody fingerprint. Francisca Rojas had denied touching the bloody bodies, but the fingerprint matched one of hers. Confronted with the evidence, she confessed, the first successful use of fingerprint identification in a murder investigation. Loop dash. 1. One or more ridges enter upon either side. 2. Recurve. 3. Touch or pass an imaginary line between delta and core. 4. Pass out or tend to pass out upon the same side the ridges entered. 3 loop characteristics. 1. A sufficient recurve. 2. A delta. 3. A ridge count across a looping ridge. Marcello Malpighi, in 1686 an anatomy professor at the University of Bologna, noted fingerprint ridges, spirals and loops in his treatise. A layer of skin was named after him, Malpighi layer, which is approximately 1.8 mm thick. Malpighi is considered as the grandfather of dactyloscopy. Mark Twain, author of the novel Pudd'nhead Wilson, where one of the characters has a hobby of collecting fingerprints. Paul Jean Collier, of Val de Grace in Paris, published his observations that latent fingerprints can be developed on paper by iodine fuming, explaining how to preserve, fix, such developed impressions and mentioning the potential for identifying suspects' fingerprints by use of a magnifying glass. Poroscopy refers to the examination of the shape, size and arrangement of the small opening on friction ridge through which body fluids are secreted or released. Poros, a pair, scopian, to study. Podoscopy, a term coined by Wilder and Wentworth which refers to the examination of the soles and their significance in personal identification. Podo, foot, scopian, to study. Ridge, the elevated or hill-like structure, the black lines with white dots. 1. Recurving ridge, a single ridge that curves back to the direction where it started. 2. Ending ridge, it refers to an abrupt end of a ridge. 3. Enclosure or lake ridge, a single ridge that divides into two but does not remain open and meet at a certain point to form the original single ridge. 4. Subsequent recurve, a recurving ridge which is complete with its shoulder free from any appendage. 5. Diverging ridge, two ridges that split apart. 6. Converging ridge, two ridges that meet at certain point. 7. Bifurcation, a ridge formation in which a single ridge splits or divides into two or more ridges. 8. Ridge. Island ridge, refers to a ridge formation in a form of a dot or period. 9. Appendage, a short ridge found at the top or summit of a recurve. 10. Rod, bar, a short or a long ridge found inside the recurve directed towards the core. 11. Obstruction ridge, short ridge found inside the recurve which blocks the inner line of flow towards the core. 12. Typal lines, a diverging ridge that tends to surround the pattern area and serves as a basic boundary of fingerprint impression. 13. Pattern area, a part of a loop or a whorl pattern surrounded by typal lines and consisting of the delta, the core and other ridges. 14. Delta, also called the outer terminus, is a point along the ridge formation found at the center or near the center of the diverging typal lines. 15. Core, also called the heart or inner terminus, usually found at the center of the innermost tree curve. Ridge destruction. Ridge destruction of the friction skin can either be temporary or permanent. Generally, temporary destruction occurs when only the epidermis layer of the friction skin has been damaged, while permanent damage can be injected to the friction skin due to the damage in the dermis layer. Ridge formation. Ridges start to form in the fingers and thumb during the 3rd to 4th month of fetus life. Ridgeology describes the individualization process of any area of friction skin using available detail. Ridge characteristics. 1. Ridge dots, an isolated ridge unit whose length approximates its width and size. 2. Bifurcations, the point at which one friction ridge divides into two friction ridges. 3. Trifurcations, the point at which one friction ridge divides into three friction ridges. 4. Ending ridge, a single friction ridge that terminates within the friction ridge structure. 5. Ridge crossing, a point where two ridge units intersect. 6. Enclosures, lakes, a single friction ridge that bifurcates and rejoins after a short course and continues as a single friction ridge. 7. Short ridges, islands, friction ridges of varying lengths. 8. Spurs, hooks, a bifurcation with one short ridge branching off a longer ridge. 9. Bridges, a connecting friction ridge between parallel running ridges, generally right angles. Sir Edward Richard Henry, he was appointed Inspector General of Police of Bengal, India in 1891. He developed a system of fingerprint classification enabling fingerprint records to be organized and searched with relative ease. Sir Francis Galton, he devised a method of classifying fingerprints that proved useful in forensic science. He pointed out that there were specific types of fingerprint patterns. He described and classified them into 8 broad categories. 1. Plain arch. 2. Tended arch. 3. Simple loop. 4. Central pocket loop. 5. Double loop. 6. Lateral pocket loop. 7. Plain whorl. And 8. Accidental. Sir Henry Faulds, his first paper on the subject of fingerprint was published in the scientific journal Nature in 1880. Examining his own fingertips and those of friends, he became convinced that the pattern of ridges was unique to each individual. Sir William James Herschel was a British officer in India who used fingerprints for identification on contracts. Scopian, to study or examine. Sweat duct, the passageway. Sweat gland, the producers of sweat. Sweat pores, the tiny opening, the tiny white dot. Timeline, fingerprints. 1000 to 2000 BC, fingerprints were used on clay tablets for business transactions in ancient Babylon. 3rd century BC, thumbprints began to be used on clay seals in China to sign documents. 610 to 907 AD, during the Tang dynasty, a time when Imperial China was one of the most powerful and wealthy regions of the world, fingerprints are reportedly used on official documents. 1st century AD, a petroglyph located on a cliff face in Nova Scotia depicts a hand with exaggerated ridges and finger whorls, presumably left by the Micmac people. 14th century AD, many official government documents in Persia have fingerprint impressions. One government physician makes the observation that no two fingerprints were an exact match. 1686, at the University of Bologna in Italy, a professor of anatomy named Marcello Malpighi notes the common characteristics of spirals, loops and ridges in fingerprints, using the newly invented microscope for his studies. In time, a 1.88 mm thick layer of skin, the Malpighi layer, was named after him. Although Malpighi was likely the first to document types of fingerprints, the value of fingerprints as identification tools was never mentioned in his writings. 1823, a thesis is published by Johannes Evangelist Perkinge, professor of anatomy with the University of Breslau, Russia. The thesis details a full 9 different fingerprint patterns. Still, like Malpighi, no mention is made of fingerprints as an individual identification method. 1858, the Chief Magistrate of the Hooghly District in Jungipur, India, Sir William Herschel, first used fingerprints to sign contracts with native Indians. In July of 1858, a local businessman named Rajiadra Kanai put his handprint on the back of a contract at Herschel's request. Herschel was not motivated by the need to prove personal identity, rather, his motivation was to simply frighten Kanai out of all thought of repudiating his signature. As the locals felt more bound to a contract through this personal contact than if it was just signed, as did the ancient Babylonians and Chinese, Herschel adopted the practice permanently. Later, only the prints of the right index and middle fingers were acquired on contracts. In time, after viewing a number of fingerprints, Herschel noticed that no 2 prints were exactly alike, and he observed that even in widespread use, the fingerprints could be used for personal identification purposes. 1880, Dr. Henry Faulds, a British surgeon and superintendent of Tsukiji Hospital in Tokyo, published an article in the scientific journal, Nature. He discussed fingerprints as a means of personal identification, and the use of printer's ink as a method for obtaining such fingerprints. Faulds had begun his study of what he called skin furrows during the 1870s after looking at fingerprints on pieces of old clay pottery. He is also credited with the first fingerprint identification, a greasy print left by a laboratory worker on a bottle of alcohol. Soon, Faulds began to recognize that the distinctive patterns on fingers held great promise as a means of individual identification, and developed a classification system for recording these inked impressions. Also in 1880, Faulds sent a description of his fingerprint classification system to Sir Charles Darwin. Darwin, aging and in poor health, declined to assist Dr. Faulds in the further study of fingerprints, but forwarded the information on to his cousin, British scientist Sir Francis Galton. 1882, Gilbert Thompson, employed by the U.S. Geological Survey in New Mexico, uses his own fingerprints on a document to guard against forgery. This event is the first known use of fingerprints for identification in America. 1883, Life on the Mississippi, a novel by Mark Twain, tells the story of a murderer who is identified by the use of fingerprints. His later book Pudd'nhead Wilson includes a courtroom drama involving fingerprint identification. 1888, Sir Francis Galton began his study of fingerprints during the 1880s, primarily to develop a tool for determining genetic history and hereditary traits. Through careful study of the work of Faulds, which he learned of through his cousin Sir Charles Darwin, as well as his examination of fingerprints collected by Sir William Herschel, Galton became the first to provide scientific evidence that no 2 fingerprints are exactly the same, and that prints remain the same throughout a person's lifetime. He calculated that the odds of finding 2 identical fingerprints were 1 in 64 billion. 1892, Galton's book Fingerprints is published, the first of its kind. In the book, Galton detailed the first classification system for fingerprints. He identified 3 types, loop, whorl, and arch, of characteristics for fingerprints, also known as minutiae. These characteristics are to an extent still in use today, often referred to as Galton's details. 1892, Juan Vucetich, an Argentine police official, had recently begun keeping the first fingerprint files based on Galton's details. History was made that year when Vucetich made the first criminal fingerprint identification. A woman named Rojas had murdered her two sons, then cut her own throat to deflect blame from herself. Rojas left a bloody print on a doorpost. After investigators matched the crime scene print to that of the accused, Rojas confessed. Vucetich eventually developed his own system of classification, and published a book entitled Dactyloscopia Comparata, Comparative Fingerprinting, in 1904, detailing the Vucetich system, still the most used system in Latin America. 1896, British official Sir Edward Richard Henry had been living in Bengal, and was looking to use a system similar to that of Herschel's to eliminate problems within his jurisdiction. After visiting Sir Francis Galton in England, Henry returned to Bengal and instituted a fingerprinting program for all prisoners. By July of 1896, Henry wrote in a report that the classification limitations had not yet been addressed. A short time later, Henry developed a system of his own, which included 1,024 primary classifications. Within a year, the Governor-General signed a resolution directing that fingerprinting was to be the official method of identifying criminals in British India. 1901, back in England and Wales, the success of the Henry fingerprint classification system in India was creating a stir, and a committee was formed to review Scotland Yard's identification methods. Henry was then transferred to England, where he began training investigators to use the Henry classification system after founding Scotland Yard's Central Fingerprint Bureau. Within a few years, the Henry classification system was in use around the world, and fingerprints had been established as the uniform system of identification for the future. The Henry classification system is still in use today in English-speaking countries around the globe. 1902, Alphonse Bertillon, director of the Bureau of Identification of the Paris Police, is responsible for the first criminal identification of a fingerprint without a known suspect. A print taken from the scene of a homicide was compared against the criminal fingerprints already on file, and a match was made, marking another milestone in law enforcement technology. Meanwhile, the New York Civil Service Commission, spearheaded by Dr. Henry P. DeForest, institutes testing of the first systematic use of fingerprints in the United States. 1903, fingerprinting technology comes into widespread use in the United States, as the New York Police Department, the New York State Prison System and the Federal Bureau of Prisons begin working with the new science. 1904, the St. Louis Police Department and the Leavenworth State Penitentiary in Kansas start utilizing fingerprinting, assisted by a sergeant from Scotland Yard who had been guarding the British display at the St. Louis Exposition. 1905, the U.S. Army gets on the fingerprinting bandwagon, and within 3 years was joined by the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps. In the ensuing 25 years, as more law enforcement agencies joined in using fingerprints as personal identification methods, these agencies began sending copies of the fingerprint cards to the recently established National Bureau of Criminal Investigation. 1911, the first central storage location for fingerprints in North America is established in Ottawa by Edward Foster of the Dominion Police Force. The repository is maintained by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and while it originally held only 2,000 sets of fingerprints, today the number is over 2 million. 1924, the U.S. Congress acts to establish the Identification Division of the FBI. The National Bureau and Leavenworth are consolidated to form the basis of the FBI fingerprint repository. By 1946, the FBI had processed 100 million fingerprint cards, that number doubles by 1971. 1990s, AFIS, or Automated Fingerprint Identification Systems, begin widespread use around the country. This computerized system of storing and cross-referencing criminal fingerprint records would eventually become capable of searching millions of fingerprint files in minutes, revolutionizing law enforcement efforts. 1996, As Americans become more concerned with the growing missing and abducted children problem, and law enforcement groups urge the fingerprinting of children for investigative purposes in the event of a child becoming missing, Chris Migliaro founds Fingerprint America in Albany, New York. The company provides a simple, at-home fingerprinting and identification kit for parents, maintaining the family's privacy while protecting and educating children about the dangers of abduction. By 2001, the company distributes over 5 million child ID fingerprinting kits around the world. 1999, the FBI phases out the use of paper fingerprint cards with their new integrated IAFIS site at Clarksburg, West Virginia. IAFIS will start with individual computerized fingerprint records for approximately 33 million criminals, while the outdated paper cards for the civil files are kept at a facility in Fairmont, West Virginia. Type lines -1. 2 innermost ridges that start or go parallel. 2. Divergence around or tends to surround the pattern area. Types of fingerprints. 1. Visible prints. 2. Latent prints. 3. Impressed prints. Visible prints, also called patent prints, and are left in some medium, like blood, that reveals them to the naked eye when blood, dirt, ink or grease on the finger come into contact with a smooth surface and leave a friction-ridge impression that is visible without development. Latent prints, not apparent to the naked eye. They are formed from the sweat from sebaceous glands on the body or water, salt, amino acids and oils contained in sweat. They can be made sufficiently visible by dusting, fuming or chemical reagents. Impressed prints, also called plastic prints, and are indentations left in soft pliable surfaces, such as clay, wax, paint or another surface that will take the impression. They are visible and can be viewed or photographed without development. Types of patterns. 1. Arch A. Plain arch. B. Tented arch. 2. Loop A. Radial loop. B. Ulnar loop. 3. Whirl A. Plain whirl. B. Central pocket loop. C. Double loop. D. Accidental whirl. Plain arch. 1. Ridges enter upon one side. 2. Make a rise or wave in the center. 3. Flow or tend to flow out upon the opposite side. Tented arch, possesses an 1. Angle. 2. Upthrust. 3. 2 of the 3 basic characteristics of the loop. Ulnar loop, flow toward the little finger, ulna bone. Radial loop, flow toward the thumb, radius bone. Plain whirl, 1. Consists of 1 or more ridges which make or tend to make a complete circuit. 2. With 2 deltas. 3. Between which, when an imaginary line is drawn, at least 1 recurving ridge within the inner pattern area is cut or touched. Central pocket loop, 1. Consists of at least 1 recurving ridge or 2. An obstruction at right angles to the line of flow. 3. With 2 deltas. 4. Between which, when an imaginary line is drawn, no recurving ridge within the inner pattern area is cut or touched. Double loop, 1. Consists of 2 separate loop formations. 2. With 2 separate and distinct set of shoulders and 3. 2 deltas. Accidental whirl, 1. Consists of a combination of 2 different types of patterns with the exception of the plain arch. 2. With 2 or more deltas or 3. A pattern which possesses some of the requirements for 2 or more different types, or a pattern which conforms to none of the definitions. B. Police photography. Forensic photography reviewer. Al-Hazen, Ibn al-Haytham, a great authority on optics in the Middle Ages who lived around 1000 AD, invented the first pinhole camera, also called the camera obscura, and was able to explain why the images were upside down. Angelo Sala, a self-educated chemist, he discovered that when paper contained powdered silver nitrate it would react with sunlight, causing it to darken. These pioneering experiments with silver salts were a crucial step towards the later invention of photography. He published his findings in a pamphlet in 1614. Anna Atkins, 1799–1871, an English botanist, she is considered to be the first female photographer. Aristotle, he observed and noted the first casual reference to the optic laws that made pinhole cameras possible. Around 330 BC, he questioned why the sun could make a circular image when it shined through a square hole. Arthur Fellig, Ouija, became famous because of his frequent, seemingly prescient arrivals at scenes only minutes after crimes, fires or other emergencies were reported to authorities. Carl William Scheele, 1742–1786, Swedish scientist, self-educated. He used to work as an assistant in pharmacies and showed a talent in chemistry from a very young age. In spite of an offer made to him to study in London or Berlin, he operated a pharmacy in keeping where he spent the rest of his life and made all his important inventions. He was especially interested on chemical analysis and worked particularly with the chemical reactions between silver nitrate and sunlight, therefore making a breakthrough in the chemistry of photography. The records from his experiments were of a great importance for the next generations of scientists. Digital photography uses an array of electronic photodetectors to capture the image focused by the lens, as opposed to an exposure on photographic film. Emulsion is a mixture of two or more liquids that are normally immiscible, non-mixable or unblendable. Emulsions are part of a more general class of two-phase systems of matter called colloids. Exposure is the amount of light per unit area, the image plane. Illuminance times the exposure time, reaching a photographic film, as determined by shutter speed, lens aperture and scene luminance. Film speed is the measure of a photographic film sensitivity to light, determined by sensitometry and measured on various numerical scales, the most recent being the ISO system. Forensic photography, forensic image in crime scene photography. It is the art of producing an accurate reproduction of a crime scene or an accident scene using photography for the benefit of a court or to aid in an investigation. Frederick Scoff Archer, an English sculptor who invented the wet plate negative in 1851. Using a viscous solution of collodion, he coated glass with light-sensitive silver salts. Because it was glass and not paper, this wet plate created a more stable and detailed negative. Gelatin, it is used to hold silver halide crystals in an emulsion in virtually all photographic films and photographic papers. George Eastman, he invented in 1889 a film with a base that was flexible, unbreakable, and could be rolled. Emulsions coated on a cellulose nitrate film base, such as Eastman's, made the mass-produced box camera reality. Hamilton Smith, he patented in 1856 the tintypes, another medium that heralded the birth of photography. A thin sheet of iron was used to provide a base for light-sensitive material, yielding a positive image. Tintypes are a variation of the collodion wet plate process. The emulsion is painted onto a japanned, varnished, iron plate, which is exposed in the camera. Heliographs, Sun prints were the prototype for the modern photograph. Henry Fox Talbot, an English botanist and mathematician and the inventor of the first negative from which multiple positive prints were made. Hercules Florence, 1804–1879, few details are known for his life. In 1824 goes to Brazil and takes part in a scientific mission at the Amazon, where he becomes preoccupied with the idea of recording images from his trip. From 1830 devotes himself to research and experimentation for photography. The above gives Brazil the ability to claim that it is one of the places in the world where photography was found. Hippolyte Baird, 1807–1887, the most unfortunate from the pioneers of photography, discovered one direct positive photographic method. He was the first person to hold a photographic exhibition, for humanitarian reasons, and the first who combined two negatives to created one print, called combination printing, as a civil servant. And with 500 francs that received as financial help from Arago for improving his method, prevented him from presenting the discovery of photography at the French Academy of Sciences. History of photography, timeline. Ancient times, camera obscuras used to form images on walls in darkened rooms, image formation via pinhole. 16th century, brightness and clarity of camera obscuras improved by enlarging the hole and inserting a telescope lens. 17th century, camera obscuras in frequent use by artists and made portable in the form of sedan chairs. 1727, Professor J. Schultz mixes chalk, nitric acid, and silver in a flask, notices darkening on side of flask exposed to sunlight. Accidental creation of the first photosensitive compound. 1800, Thomas Wedgwood makes sun pictures by placing opaque objects on leather treated with silver nitrate, resulting images deteriorated rapidly, however, if displayed under light stronger than from candles. 1816, Nice for Niepce combines the camera obscura with photosensitive paper. 1826, Niepce creates a permanent image. 1827, Joseph Nice for Niepce made the first known photographic image using the camera obscura. The camera obscura was a tool used by artists to draw. 1834, Henry Fox Talbot creates permanent, negative, images using paper soaked in silver chloride and fixed with a salt solution. Talbot created positive images by contact printing onto another sheet of paper. 1837, Louis Daguerre creates images on silver-plated copper, coated with silver iodide and developed with warmed mercury. Daguerre is awarded a state pension by the French government in exchange for publication of methods and the rights by other French citizens to use the daguerreotype process. 1841, Talbot patents his process under the name calotype. 1851, Frederick Scott Archer, a sculptor in London, improves photographic resolution by spreading a mixture of collodion, nitrated cotton dissolved in ether and alcohol, and chemicals on sheets of glass. Wet plate collodion photography was much cheaper than daguerreotypes. The negative, positive process permitted unlimited reproductions, and the process was published but not patented. 1853, Nadar, Félix Macon, opens his portrait studio in Paris. 1854, Adolphe Dastory develops carte de visite photography in Paris, leading to worldwide boom in portrait studios for the next decade. 1855, beginning of stereoscopic era. 1855–57, direct positive images on glass, ambrotypes, and metal. tintypes or ferrotypes, popular in the U.S. 1861, Scottish physicist James Clerk Maxwell demonstrates a color photography system involving 3 black and white photographs, each taken through a red, green, or blue filter. The photos were turned into lantern slides and projected in registration with the same color filters. This is the color separation method. 1861-65, Matthew Brady and staff, mostly staff, covers the American Civil War, exposing 7,000 negatives. 1868, Ducas de Oran publishes a book proposing a variety of methods for color photography. 1870, center of period in which the U.S. Congress sent photographers out to the West. The most famous images were taken by William Jackson and Tim O'Sullivan. 1871, Richard Leach Maddox, an English doctor, proposes the use of an emulsion of gelatin and silver bromide on a glass plate, the dry plate process. 1877, Edward Muybridge, born in England as Edward Muybridge, settles do a horses 4 hooves ever leave the ground at once. Bet among rich San Franciscans by time-sequenced photography of Leland Stanford's horse. 1878, dry plates being manufactured commercially. 1880, George Eastman, age 24, sets up Eastman Dry Plate Company in Rochester, New York. First half-tone photograph appears in a daily newspaper, the New York Graphic. 1888, first Kodak camera, containing a 20-foot roll of paper, enough for 102.5-inch diameter circular pictures. 1889, improved Kodak camera with roll of film instead of paper. 1890, Jacob Riis publishes How the Other Half Lives, images of tenement life in New York City. 1900, Kodak Brownie box roll film camera introduced. 1902, Alfred Stieglitz organizes photo-secessionist show in New York City. 1906, availability of panchromatic black and white film and therefore high-quality color separation color photography. J.P. Morgan finances Edward Curtis to document the traditional culture of the North American Indian. 1907, first commercial color film, the autochrome plates, manufactured by Lumiere Brothers in France. 1909, Louis Hine hired by U.S. National Child Labor Committee to photograph children working mills. 1914, Oscar Barnack, employed by German microscope manufacturer Leitz, develops camera using the modern 24 by 36 mm frame and sprocketed 35 mm movie film. 1917, Nippon Kogaku KK, which will eventually become Nikon, established in Tokyo. 1921, Man Ray begins making photograms, rayographs, by placing objects on photographic paper and exposing the shadow cast by a distant light bulb. Huge Grave, Niage, aged 64, assigned to photograph the brothels of Paris. 1924, Leitz markets a derivative of Barnack's camera commercially as the Leica, the first high-quality 35 mm camera. 1925, André Kurdish moves from his native Hungary to Paris, where he begins an 11-year project photographing street life. 1928, Albert Renger Patz publishes The World is Beautiful. Close-ups emphasizing the form of natural and man-made objects. Rollet introduces the Rolleiflex twin-lens reflex producing a 6x6 cm image on roll film. Karl Blossfeldt publishes Art Forms and Nature. 1931, development of strobe photography by Harold, Doc, Edgerton at MIT. 1932, inception of Technicolor for movies, where 3 black and white negatives were made in the same camera under different filters. Ansel Adams, Imogen Cunningham, Willard Van Dyke, Edward Weston et al. Form Group F/64 dedicated to straight photographic thought and production. Henri Cartier-Bresson buys Leica and begins a 60-year career photographing people. On March 14, George Eastman, aged 77, writes suicide note: "My work is done. Why wait?" and shoots himself. 1933, Brassai publishes Paris de Nuit. 1934, Fuji Photo Film founded. By 1938, Fuji is making cameras and lenses in addition to film. 1935, Farm Security Administration hires Roy Stryker to run a historical section. Stryker would hire Walker Evans, Dorothea Lange, Arthur Rothstein, et al. To photograph rural hardships over the next 6 years. Roman Vyshniak begins his project of the soon-to-be killed by their neighbors Jews of Central and Eastern Europe. 1936, development of Kodachrome, the first color multilayered color film, development of Exacta, pioneering 35mm single-lens reflex SLR camera. World War II, development of multilayer color negative films. Margaret Burke White, Robert Capa, Carl Meidens, and W. Eugene Smith cover the War for Life magazine. 1940s, in the early 1940s commercially viable color films, except Kodachrome, introduced in 1935, were brought to the market. These films use the modern technology of dye-coupled colors in which a chemical process connects the 3 dye layers together to create an apparent color image. 1947, Henri Cartier-Bresson, Robert Capa, and David Seymour start the photographer-owned Magnum Picture Agency. 1948, Hasselblad in Sweden offers its first medium-format SLR for commercial sale. Pentax in Japan introduces the automatic diaphragm. Polaroid sells instant black and white film. 1949, East German Zeiss develops the Contax S, first SLR with an unreversed image in a pentaprism viewfinder. 1955, Edward Steichen-Kurz's Family of Man exhibit at New York's Museum of Modern Art. 1959, Nikon F introduced. 1960, Gary Winogrand begins photographing women on the streets of New York City. 1963, first color instant film developed by Polaroid, Instamatic. Released by Kodak, first purpose-built underwater introduced, the Nikonos. 1970, William Wegman begins photographing his Weimar Honor, Man Ray. 1972, 110 format cameras introduced by Kodak with a 13x17 frame. 1973, C41 color negative process introduced, replacing C22. 1975, Nicholas Nixon takes his first annual photograph of his wife and her sisters, the Brown sisters. Steve Sasson at Kodak builds the first working CCD-based digital still camera. 1976, first solo show of color photographs at the Museum of Modern Art, William Eggleston's Guide. 1977, Cindy Sherman begins work on untitled film stills, completed. In 1980, Jan Groover begins exploring kitchen utensils. 1978, Hiroshi Sugimoto begins work on seascapes. 1980, Elsa Dorfman begins making portraits with the 20x24 Polaroid. 1982, Sony demonstrates Mavic still video camera. 1983, Kodak introduces disc camera, using an 8x11mm frame, the same as in the Minox spy camera. 1985, Minolta markets the world's first autofocus SLR system, called Moxxam in the U.S., in the American West by Richard Avedon. 1988, Sally Mann begins publishing nude photos of her children. 1987, the popular Canon EOS system introduced, with new all-electronic lens mount. 1990, Adobe Photoshop released. 1991, Kodak DCS-100, first digital SLR, a modified Nikon F3. 1992, Kodak introduces Photo CD. 1993, founding of Photo.net, this website, an early internet online community. Sebastião Salgado publishes Workers. Mary Ellen Mark publishes book documenting life in an Indian circus. 1995, Material World, by Peter Menzel published. 1997, Rob Silvers publishes Photomosaics. 1999, Nikon D1 SLR, 2.74 megapixel for $6,000, first ground-up DSLR. Designed by a leading manufacturer. 2000, camera phone introduced in Japan by Sharp, J Phone. 2001, Polaroid goes bankrupt. 2003, 4/3 standard for compact digital SLRs introduced with the Olympus E1, Canon Digital Rebel introduced for less than $1,000. 2004, Kodak ceases production of film cameras. 2005, Canon EOS 5D, first consumer-priced full-frame digital SLR. With a 24x36mm CMOS sensor for $3,000, portraits by Reinik Dijkstra. Infrared photography, the film or image sensor used is sensitive to infrared light. Johann Heinrich Schultz, 1687–1744. He was a German professor at the University of Altdorf. He was the first person to produce photograms, which were created by using paper masks in direct contact with a jar containing a mixture of silver nitrate powder and chalk. Schultz proved that the darkening of silver nitrate was caused by light, and ruled out the possibility of the change being caused by temperature, by observing no tonal change to silver nitrate when heated in an oven. Joseph Nicephore Niepce made the first photographic image with a camera obscura. Latent image is an invisible image produced by the exposure to light of a photosensitive material such as photographic film. Louis Daguerre, a Frenchman and a professional scene painter, was able to reduce exposure time to less than 30 minutes and keep the image from disappearing afterwards. He was the inventor of the first practical process of photography. Mugshot, police photograph, booking photograph, is a photographic portrait typically taken after a person is arrested. Negative is an image, usually on a strip or sheet of transparent plastic film, in which the lightest areas of the photographed subject appear darkest and the darkest areas appear lightest. Parallax is a displacement or difference in the apparent position of an object viewed along two different lines of sight, and is measured by the angle or semi-angle of inclination between those two lines. Photography. It is a method of recording images by the action of light or related radiation on a sensitive material. Photographic film. Film is a strip or sheet of transparent plastic film base coated on one side with a gelatin emulsion containing microscopically small light-sensitive silver halide crystals. Point-and-shoot camera. Compact camera is a still camera designed primarily for simple operation. 1. Most use focus-free lenses or autofocus for focusing, automatic systems for setting the exposure options, and have flash units built in. Rogues Gallery is a police collection of pictures or photographs of criminals and suspects kept for identification purposes. Shutter lag is the delay between triggering the shutter and when the photograph is actually recorded. Shutter speed, exposure time, is the length of time a camera's shutter is open when taking a photograph. Silver halides, the light-sensitive chemicals used in photographic film and paper. Single-lens reflex camera, SLR, typically uses a mirror and prism system, hence reflex, from the mirror's reflection, that permits the photographer to view through the lens and see exactly what will be captured, contrary to viewfinder cameras where the image could be significantly different from what will be captured. Sir Humphrey Davy, 1778–1829, chemistry genius, friend and assistant of Wedgwood in his experiments whose results were published at Royal Society, in 1802 by Davy. The problem of fixing the images remained, in spite of Davy's breakthroughs in chemistry. Sir John F. W. Herschel, a scientist who first used the word photography in 1839. The word photography was derived from the Greek words photos, which means light, and graphine, which means to draw. Snapshot is popularly defined as a photograph that is shot spontaneously and quickly, most often without artistic or journalistic intent. Thomas Wedgwood, 1771–1805, an Englishman who made good ground creating photograms and recording images from his camera obscura or pinhole camera. However, he never overcome the problem of fixing the image, and therefore the prints produced had to be viewed for very short periods of time in a darkened environment. Twin lens reflex camera, TLR, is a type of camera with two objective lenses of the same focal length. Viewfinder is what the photographer looks through to compose, and in many cases to focus, the picture. C. Forensic ballistics, firearms and ammunition. Forensic ballistics reviewer definition of terms. ACP, automatic Colt pistol. Action, the working mechanism of a firearm. An action is a physical mechanism that manipulates cartridges and/or seals the breech. Air gun, a gun that uses compressed air or gas to propel a projectile, also called air rifle, pellet gun, and gun. Air resistance, drag, decelerates the projectile with a force proportional to the square of the velocity. Ammunition, shall mean loaded shell rifle, muskets, carbine, shotguns, revolver and pistol from which a bullet, ball, shot, shell or other missiles may be forwarded by means of gunpowder or other explosives. Anvil, an internal metal component in a box or primer assembly against which the priming mixture is crushed by the firing pin blow. Anvil marks, a term generally used by the military for a cartridge with a full metal jacketed bullet or solid metal projectile. Armalite, occasionally, the home of manufacturing company becomes almost a generic term. It happens with the Colt-produced M16, which has been designed and developed at Armalite. The Armalite business was formed by Charles Dorchester and George Sullivan in 1950. Armalite employed Eugene Stoner, chief engineer and one of the top designers of the country. Automatic, when the mechanism is so arranged that it will fire continuously when the trigger is depressed. Automatic action type, a firearm design that feeds cartridges, fires and ejects cartridge cases as long as the trigger is fully depressed and there is cartridge available in the feed system. Barrel, the metal tube through which the projectiles travel. Berthold Schwarz, the inventor of gunpowder. His real name is Konstantin Eichlitz, a Franciscan monk in the town of Freiburg in Germany. Blowback, in firearm, an automatic and semi-automatic firearm design, that directly utilizes the breech pressure exerted on the head of the cartridge cases to actuate the mechanism. In ammunition, a leakage of gas reward between the case and chamber wall from the mouth of the case. Bolt action type, a firearm in which the breech closure is 1. In line with the bore at all times. 2. Manually reciprocated to load, unload and cock. 3. And is locked in place by breech bolt lugs and engaging abutments usually in the receiver. Bore, the interior of the barrel of a gun or firearm. Breech face, is the front part of the breech block that makes contact with the cartridge in a firearm. The breech block, or breech block, in a gun is what holds a round in the chamber, and absorbs the recoil of the cartridge when the round is fired, preventing the cartridge case from moving. Broach cutter, used to create a rifling impression on a barrel. Broach, gang, a tool having a series of cutting edges of slightly increasing height used to cut the spiral grooves in a barrel. All grooves are cut with a single pass of the broach. Broach, single, a non-adjustable rifling cutter that cuts all the grooves simultaneously, and is in a series of increasing dimensions until the desired groove depth is achieved. Browning, J.M., born in 1855. Started the production of a single-shot rifle that was adopted by Winchester. Buckshot, coarse lead shot used in shotgun shells. Lead pellets ranging in size from .20 inches to .36 inch diameter normally loaded in shot shells. Buffer, in a firearm, any part intended to absorb shock and check recoil. Bullet, a projectile propelled from the firearm. A metallic or non-metallic cylindrical projectile. Originated from the French word bullet, a small ball. In common police parlance, a bullet may be called slug. Two basic types of commercial bullets in common use today. 1. Lead bullets, are used in almost all revolver ammunition and in some low or medium powder rifle cartridges. Are produced in an automatic swedging machine from extruded wire containing the proper percentage of tin and antimony for hardening. 2. Jacketed bullets, are used for automatic pistols ammunition and medium and high-power rifle ammunition. The most common are those from the blowback .25 ACP, .380 ACP, 9mm Luger, .45 ACP, automatic Colt pistol, and several types of high-velocity 30s. These are all made automatically by swedging a cup of metal around a lead core. Armor-piercing bullets, is pointed flat base bullet with gliding metal jacket. The core is of pointed, boat-tailed shape, and is made of hardened tungsten, chrome steel and has a blackened tip. Used to penetrate armored cars and vehicles. Armor-piercing bullets, is pointed flat base bullet with gliding metal jacket. The core is of pointed, boat-tailed shape, and is made of hardened tungsten, chrome steel and has a blackened tip. Used to penetrate armored cars and vehicles. Tracer bullet, when fired, emit a light red flame from its base, thereby showing the gunner the trace of flame, the path as well as the striking point of the bullet, the flame continuing to burn and trace for about 600 yards. These are intended primarily for machine gun use and can be seen by day and night. The point of the bullet colored red is for identification. These are used only in the military service, and were never sold to individuals. Should an individual obtain one or more of these cartridges, he should at once return it to military control or else dispose of these by throwing into a deep river or a lake, as they are exceedingly dangerous to have around. This should never be monkeyed with, and particularly no attempt should be made to unload them for examination, as these may ignite and cause exceedingly serious burn or fire. The ingredients used in tracer and igniter mixtures are confidential. Incendiary bullet is similar in construction to a tracer bullet. but the composition contained in the cavity burns fiercely impact with a very hot flame which will quite reliably ignite anything that the bullet strikes. For identification purposes, the incendiary bullet has a light blue color. The same precaution should be observed as with tracer cartridges. Dum-dum bullet. This word and type of bullet were invented by British Ordnance Force stationed at their arsenal at Dum-dum, India. The British Army was engaged in extensive punitive expedition on the northwest frontier of India, fighting against Afghan and Pathan tribesmen. It soon developed that such a full jacketed bullet was of no practical effect against primitive natures. So the English made some of these bullets expanding by grinding of the nose of the jacketed bullet. These are now known as hollow point bullets and soft point bullet. Gas check bullet, to prevent the melting of the base, lead. Bullets intended to be fired at higher velocity have their gases protected with a small copper cups. The bullet is cast with a slightly tapering base, and the copper gas chalk is then pressed lightly on the bore, the cup remaining on the bullet when it is fired. Wad cutter bullet, a cylindrical bullet design having a sharp shouldered nose intended to cut target paper clearly to facilitate easy and accurate soaring. Wax bullet, a bullet made from paraffin and other wax preparation usually used for short-range indoor target shooting. Marks found of fired bullets. 1. Landmarks, depressed portion caused by the lands. 2. Groove marks, raised on elevated portions caused by the grooves. 3. Skid marks, when the bullet enters the rifled bore from a stationary position and is forced abruptly into the rifling. Its natural tendency is to go straight toward before encountering the regular rifling twist. 4. Slippage marks, bullets fired from the worn-out barrel. Oily barrels and slightly oversized bullets. 5. Shaving marks, most commonly these marks are found on the bullets fires from a revolver due to a poor alignment of the cylindrical with the bore. Identification of a bullet, principles. 1. No two barrels are microscopically identical as the surfaces of their bores all possess individual and characteristics on their own. 2. When a bullet is fired from a rifled barrel, it becomes engraved by the riflings, and this engraving will vary in its minute details with every individual bore. So it happens that the engravings on the bullet fired from one barrel will be different from that on a similar bullet fired from another barrel, and conversely the engraving on bullets fired from the same barrel will be the same. 3. Every barrel leaves its thumb marks on every bullet which is fired through it, just as every breech face leaves its thumb marks on the base of every fired cartridge case. Test bullet, a bullet fired from a bullet recovery system for comparison analysis. Bullet recovery system, any method which will allow the undamaged recovery of a fired bullet. Differing systems are needed for different cartridges depending upon bullet composition, jacket thickness, and velocity. Water tanks and cotton boxes are most commonly in use. Bullet splash, the spatter and fragmentation of a bullet upon impacting a hard surface. Bullet wipe, the discolored area on the immediate periphery of a bullet hole, caused by bullet lubricant, lead, smoke, bore debris, or possible jacket material. Sometimes called burnishing or leaded edge. Button, a hardened metal plug, called a button, with a rifled cross-section configuration. It is pushed or pulled through a drilled and reamed barrel so as to cold form the spiral grooves to the desired depth and twist. When the carbide button was first introduced, it was described as a swaging process or swaged rifling. Caliber, the diameter of the bore of a rifled firearm. The caliber is usually expressed in hundredths of an inch or millimeters. Land to land, the way to determine the caliber of a gun is to measure the diameter of the bore from land to land. Cane gun, knife pistols, many devices primarily designed for other purposes will have a gun mechanism incorporated in them, also known as freakish device. Cannelure, a circumferential groove generally of a knurled or plane appearance on a bullet or cartridge. These three uses including crimping, lubrication, and identification. Cartridge, a term to describe a complete unfired unit, consisting of bullet, primer, cartridge case, and gunpowder. Test cartridge case, a cartridge case obtained while test firing. A firearm in a laboratory to be used for comparison or analysis. Function of cartridge cases. 1. It holds the bullet, gunpowder and primer. 2. It serves as a waterproof container for the gunpowder. 3. It prevents the escape of gases to the rear. Marks found on cartridge cases. 1. Firing pin impression, the indentation in the primer of a tentative cartridge case or in the rim of the rim face. Cartridge case cause when it is struck by the firing pin. 2. Breech face markings, negative impression of the breech face of the firearm found on the head of the cartridge case after firing. 3. Chamber marks, individual microscope marks placed upon a cartridge case by the chamber wall as a result of any of the following. A. Chambering. B. Expanding during firing. C. Extraction. 4. Extractor marks, tool marks produced upon a cartridge case. Form contact with the extractor. These are usually found on or just ahead of the rim. 5. Ejector marks, tool marks produced upon a cartridge or cartridge case on the head, generally at or near the rim. Form contact with the ejector. Cape gun, a double-barreled shoulder arm with barrel side by side, one being a smooth bore and the other being rifled. Case head, the base of the cartridge case which contains the primer. Cast off, the offset of the butt of a firearm to the right-handed shooter and to the right for a left-handed shooter. Caston, the offset of the butt of a firearm to the left for a right-handed shooter and to the right for a left-handed shooter. Chamber, the rear part of the barrel bore that has been formed to accept the specific cartridge. Revolver cylinders are multi-chambered. Cock, place a firing mechanism under a spring tension. Raise the cock of a gun in order to make it ready for firing. Full cock, the position of the hammer or strike when the firearm is ready to fire. Compensator, muzzle brake, a device attached to or integral with the muzzle end of the barrel to utilize propellant gases for counter recoil. CETM, Centro dos Estudios Técnicos de Materiales Especiales. This is a Spanish government weapon development agency, based in Madrid. Class characteristics are those characteristics which are determinable only after the manufacture of the firearm. They are characteristics whose existence is beyond the control of man and which have a random distribution. Their existence in the firearms is brought about by the tools in their normal operations, resulting in wear and tear, abuse, mutilation, corrosion, erosion, and other fortuitous causes. Classification of cartridge according to rim. 1. Rimmed type, the diameter of the rim is greater than the diameter of the body of the cartridge case. For example, caliber .38 and caliber .22. 2. Semi-rimmed type, the diameter of the rim is slightly greater than the diameter of the body of the cartridge case. For example, caliber .25.32 auto super .38. 3. Rimless type, the diameter of the rim is equal to the body of the cartridge case. For example, caliber 5.56 mm, .30, 9 mm, .45. 4. Rebate type. The diameter of the rim is smaller than the body of the cartridge case. For example, caliber 8 mm by 59. 5. Belted type. There is a protruding metal around the body of the cartridge case near the rim. For example, caliber 338 Magnum. 13.9 by 39. Colt. Samuel Colt was born in July 1814 and was to be instrumental in making the revolver a practical type of pistol. Cylinder. Storage for ammunition in a revolver. The cylinder rotates as the action is cocked. Damascus. An obsolete barrel-making process. The barrel is formed by twisting or braiding together steel and iron wires or bars, sometimes called laminated barrel. Derringer. Henry, born at the beginning of the 19th century. Worked at Philadelphia where he manufactured pocket pistol. Drilling refers to a combination gun that has 3 barrels. Ejector rod, a metal rod used to help with the removal of the cartridges. Energy bullet, the capacity of a projectile to do work. Firearms identification, a discipline mainly concerned with determining whether a bullet or cartridge was fired by a particular weapon. Firing pin, is a light-weight part, which serves to transfer energy from a spring-loaded hammer to the primer, while a striker is usually heavier, and is directly connected to the spring providing the energy to impact the primer. Flare guns, used in cases such as sending signals and enabling to see enemies in the dark. Forensic ballistics, a scientific study of firearm identification with the use of laboratory examination. The subject gives emphasis on the study of ammunition, projectiles, gunpowder, primer, and explosives, including the use of the bullet comparison microscope. It also deals with the principles in the microscopic and macroscopic examination of firearm evidence and the preparation of reports for legal proceedings and the solution of cases involving firearms. Types of problems in forensic ballistics. 1. Given a bullet to determine the caliber and type of firearm from which it was fired. 2. Given fired cartridge case, to determine the caliber and type of firearm from which it was fired. 3. Given a bullet and a suspected firearm, to determine whether or not the bullet was fired from the suspected firearm. 4. Given a fired cartridge case, a suspected firearm, to determine whether or not the cartridge was fired from the suspected firearm. 5. Given 2 or more bullets, to determine whether or not they were fired from only one firearm. 6. Given 2 or more cartridge cases, to determine whether or not they were fired. Equipments used in a ballistics laboratory. 1. Comparison microscope. This valuable instrument is specially designed to permit the firearm examiner to determine the similarity and dissimilarity between 2 fired bullets or 2 fired cartridge cases by simultaneously observing their magnified image. It is actually 2 microscopes coupled together with a single or 2 eyepiece, so that when one looks through this comparison eyepiece, he is seeing one half of what is under the other, in other words, half of the evidence bullet and half of the test bullet. 2. Stereoscope microscope. This is generally used in the preliminary examination of fired bullets and fired shells to determine the location of the extractor marks and ejector marks for orientation purposes. It can be used also in 1. Close-up examination of tampered serial numbers of firearms. 3. Comparison projector, CP6. This is generally used in the preliminary examination of fired bullets and fired shells to determine the location of the extractor marks and ejector marks for orientation purposes. It can be used also in 1. Close-up examination of tampered serial numbers of firearms. 4. Bullet recovery box. for obtaining best-fired bullet or test-fired cartridge cases from the suspected firearms. Submitted to the ballistics laboratory. In test firing suspected firearms, it is standard procedure to use ammunition that are of the same caliber, make or brand and manufactured in the same year with that of the evidence. Bullet or shell. Water is one of the means to obtain test bullets and test shells because the microscope marks on the cylindrical or peripheral surface of the bullets are preserved for good. Used. The same is true with cotton. 5. Measuring projector, MP6. This projector determines the width of the lands, width of grooves, diameter and twist of fired bullets. 6. Vernier caliper. This instrument determines the bullet diameter and barrel length. 7. Analytical balance. This more or less determines the weight of the bullets, shots and pellets for possible type, caliber, and make for firearm from which they were fired. 8. Taper gauge, used for determining the diameter of the bore of the firearms. 9. Onoscope, for examining the interior surface of the barrel. 10. Helixometer, for measuring the pitch of the rifling. Pitch of rifling is the distance advanced by the rifling in one complete turn or a distance traveled by the bullet in one complete turn. 11. Chronograph, for determining the speed of the bullet or the muzzle velocity of the bullet. Fouling, the residual deposits remaining in the bore of a firearm after firing. Garand, John C. was born in North Carolina in 1818. Developed the hang-ranked machine gun, a development of Duver-Gatling type of machine gun. Gas guns. These will be found in all shapes and sizes and used for firing tear gas and other forms of disabling gases. Gas-operated, an automatic or semi-automatic firearm in which the propellant gases are used to unlock the breech bolt and then to complete the cycle of extracting and expecting. Gas port, an opening in the wall of a barrel to allow gas to operate a mechanism or reduce recoil. Grip, handle of the handgun. Gunpowder, any of the various powder used in firearms as a propellant charge. Types of gunpowder. 1. Black powder, consists of the jet black and rather shiny grains. Although black powder has been in use for about 6 centuries, and although methods of manufacture are naturally led to greater efficiency in action, its composition has remained practically the same in all countries. 2. Smokeless powder, a mixture of nitrocellulose 60 parts, nitroglycerine 35 parts and Vaseline 5 parts. These substances are almost entirely smokeless in action. They are all given the generic term of nitro powders and are legion in number. All nitro powders used in rifles, pistols, and revolvers are a gelatinized powder, that is, they are made by forming dough into sticks or grains. The identification of partially burned powder grains may become a matter of vital importance, since such grains may be found around the entrance hole of a wound, and it will obviously help if the type of powder can be identified from these unburned grains. Hammer, part that strikes the primer to cause ignition. Hammerly, Johann Ulrich. Hammerly weapons have always been the epitome of Swiss precision engineering ability. Handgun, a revolver or a pistol. Harpoon guns, barbed spear in hunting large fish. Headspace, is the distance measured from the part of the chamber that stops forward motion of the cartridge, the datum reference, to the face of the bolt. Headstamp, numerals, letters, and symbols stamped into the head of the cartridge case or shot shell to identify the manufacture, caliber, gauge or give additional information. Heckler & Koch. Edmund Heckler has been a plant manager with Mauser, and Alex Saile a designer with Mauser. Hook, a cutting tool which cuts as a hook shape and only cuts one groove at a time. Keyhole, an oblong or an oval hole in a target that is produced by an unstable bullet striking the target at an oblique angle to the bullet's longitudinal axis. Leading, the accumulation of lead in the bore of a firearm from the passage of lead shot or bullet. Also called metal fouling. Lever action type, a design wherein the breech mechanism is cycled by an external lever generally below the receiver. Liberator, made by the U.S. government for use in occupied countries in Europe during the recent war and fired the .45 ACP cartridge, single shot and smooth bore. Lube alloy, is a wrought copper alloy that is composed mainly of copper and zinc. In 1922, the Western Cartridge Company introduced a copper-washed bullet jacketing called lube alloy, which stands for a lubricating alloy. Lube alloy replaced standard bullet jacketing which had been cupronickel-coated steel or solid cupronickel. Luger, George, was born in Australia in 1849. He did lasting design work in connection with 9mm per BAM cartridge. Machine gun type, primarily used only in military combat and will seldom be encountered by the firearms technician. Machine markings, a cross-section of the gun barrel will show small grooves or striations all along with the lands and grooves. Marlin, John Mahlon, New Haven, Connecticut, manufacturer of lever-action rifle, 1800s. Mauser, Paul and Wilhelm brothers produced parts of the rifle which had been adopted by the German government in 1871. Mossberg, Oskar, born in Sweden in 1866 and went to the United States. The maker of high-quality .22 rifles, sporting rifles and pump-action shotguns. Mosin, Sergei, Colonel of Russia Army. Designated in Russian service rifle in 1891. Multi-barreled guns, in particular, one will find guns having the 3 or 4 barrels are mounted in one receiver. Some may have a combination of several different gauges of shotguns, or a combination of shotgun barrels and rifle barrel. Muzzled, the end of the barrel through which the bullet exits. Muzzle energy, is the kinetic energy of a bullet as it is expelled from the muzzle of a firearm. It is often used as a rough indication of the destructive potential of a given firearm or load. Nambu, Kajiro, an Army gun officer designer. His first design was produced by the Kyoba factory in 1904. Paradox, an obsolete barrel designed in which the major length of the barrel is smooth and last few inches are rifled. Pen gun, a small caliber firearm shaped like a pen or pencil. Powder, commonly used term for the propellant in a cartridge or shot shell. Pressure, in a firearm, the force developed by the expanding gas is generated by the combustion of the propellant. Primer, the ignition components of cartridge primers are used for igniting prominent. A blow from the firing pin of the firing cup compresses the priming composition to detonate. This detonation produces a flame that passes through the vent of flesh hole in the cartridge case, igniting the gunpowder. Composition of a primer. 1. Potassium chlorate -45%. 2. Antimony sulfide -23%. 3. Fulminate of mercury -32%. Proof mark, a distinctive symbol stamped into the metal of the barrel or other parts of a firearm to indicate that testing of the part bearing the stamp by firing proof loads has been carried out. Proof test is a form of stress test to demonstrate the fitness of a load-bearing structure. The firing of a deliberate overload to test the strength of a firearm barrel in action. Rochette, a notched wheel on the rear of a revolver cylinder to rotate when a force is applied by a level hold of hand. Recoil, often called knockback, kickback or simply kick, is the backward momentum of a gun when it is discharged. In technical terms, the recoil caused by the gun exactly balances the forward momentum of the projectile and exhaust gases, ejecta, according to Newton's third law. Reload, a cartridge, which has been reassembled with a new primer, powder and/or other components. Repeating arms. This type is loaded with more than cartridge into the chamber when it is fired rather than having to perform this operation by hand. Resizing. The reduction in diameter of a fire cartridge case to unfired diameter by forcing it into a smaller size than the fired case. Ricochet is a rebound, bounce or skip off a surface, particularly in the case of a projectile. Rifling refers to helical grooves in the barrel of a gun or firearm, which imparts a spin to a projectile around its long axis. Types of riflings. 1. Steyr type, 4 lands, 4 grooves, right-hand twist and lands or equal widths, 4 Rg equals L, used in earlier self-loading pistols. 2. Smith & Wesson type, 5 lands and 5 grooves, right hand twist and lands of equal width, 5 Rg equals L. 3. Browning type, 6 lands, 6 grooves, right hand twist, narrow lands and broad grooves, 6 Rg 2 times. 4. Colt type, 6 lands and 6 grooves, left hand twist, narrow lands and broad grooves, 6 liter G 2 times. 5. Webley type, 7 lands, 7 grooves, right hand twist, narrow lands and broad grooves, 7 Rg 3 times. 6. Army type, 4 lands and 4 grooves, right hand twist, narrow lands and broad grooves, 4 Rg 3 times. Round, a military term for a cartridge. Scrape, a cutting tool that cuts 2 opposing grooves at a time. Shocking power, the ability of a projectile to dissipate its kinetic energy effectively in a target. Shot, a small ball or pellet of lead, a number of which are loaded in a cartridge and used for one charge of a shotgun. Birdshot, the smallest size of shot for sporting rifles or other guns. Shotshell, a cartridge containing projectile designed to be fired in a shotgun. The cartridge body may be metal, plastic or paper. Semi-automatic type, a firearm requiring a separate pull of the trigger for each shot fired, and which uses the energy of discharge to perform a portion of the operating or firing cycle. Serial number, a number applied to a firearm in order to identify the individual firearm. Shell, an explosive artillery projectile or bomb. Identification of shells, principles. 1. The breech face and striker of every single firearm leave microscopically individualities of their own. 2. The firearm leaves its fingerprints or thumb mark on every cartridge case which it fires. 3. The whole principle of identification is based on the fact that since the breech face of every weapon must be individually distinct, the cartridge cases which it fires are imprinted with this individuality. The imprint on all cartridge cases fired from the same weapon are always the same. Those on cartridge cases fired from different weapons must always be different. Shotgun, a smooth-bore gun for firing small shot at short range. A single-barreled shotgun, it is loaded with a single shotgun cartridge, closed, fired and then reloaded by the shooter. B. Double-barreled shotgun, the 2 barrels may be side by side, or they may be one over the other. Each barrel may have its own trigger. C. Pump-action shotgun, operates in the same manner as a slide-action rifles, by means of sliding lever under the barrel. D. Autoloading shotguns, these are the same as autoloading or self-loading rifles in that the recoil action reloads the gun. Form the magazine without any effort on the part of the shooter. SIG, Schweizerische Industriesesselschaft, adopted by the Swiss government as their standard service weapon. The company started to produce railway engines and carriage in 1853. Sidelock, a design in which the firing mechanism is attached to a side plate rather than being integral with the frame. Sight, a device used for aiming. Silencer, a device attached to the barrel of the firearm to reduce the noise of discharge. Also called sound suppressor. Single-shot firearms, those type of firearms that are designated to shoot only one shot. Slide action type, a firearm that features a movable forearm which is manually actuated in motion parallel to the barrel by the shooter. Forearm motion is transmitted to a breech block assembly which performs all the functions of the firing cycle assigned to it by the design. Also known as pump action. Sling, a strap fastens to a firearm to assist in carrying or to steady it during firing. A sling may also refer to a projectile weapon typically used to throw a blunt projectile such as a stone, clay or lead sling bullet. Slug, a projectile generally fired from a shotgun, either one large piece of lead or several smaller caliber pieces. Rifled slug, a simple projectile in spiral grooves and hollow. Base, intended to use in shotgun. The slug will rotate, and thus reach its target much more accurate. Smith & Wesson, Horace Smith and Daniel B. Wesson formed a partnership in 1852. They managed by producing what is probably the best double-action revolver in the world. Daniel Wesson left the company to set up his own firearm business. Smoke ring, the circular gray deposits around the face of the chamber of a revolver produced by gunpowder residues upon discharge. Stock, also known as a shoulder stock, a buttstock, or simply a butt, is a part of a rifle or other firearm, to which the barrel and firing mechanism are attached, that is held against one's shoulder. When firing the gun. Striations, strie, when a bullet is fired through a rifled barrel, the raised and lowered spirals of the rifling etch fine grooves called striations into the bullet. Characteristics of striations depend upon the factors. 1. The size and shape of the microscopic irregularities on the acting tool. 2. The original surface smoothness of the object acted upon. 3. Relative hardness of the two materials. 4. Speed of application or rate of relative motion. 5. Pressure areas involved. 6. Texture and uniformity of material acted upon. Submachine type, is a light, portable machine gun which uses pistol-size ammunition. It differs from a pistol in that has a shoulder stock that may or may not fold but is designed to be fired by the use of both hands. Swage, an internal mandrel with rifling configuration which forms rifling in the barrel by means of the external hammering. Also known as hammer forging. Tattooing, small hemorrhagic marks on the skin produced by the impact of gunpowder particles, also called stripling. Thompson, John, born in 1860 in Newport, Kentucky. Designed the Thompson submachine gun in 1920. Thumb rest, a legend, the grip area of a rifle or handgun in which to rest the thumb of the trigger hand. Trailing edge, the edge of a land or groove impression in a fired bullet which is opposites the driving edge of the same land or groove impressions. Trajectory, the curved path of a projectile from muzzle to target. Trapdoor, an action in which a top-hinged breech block pivots up and forward to open. Locking on this action is accomplished by a cam located at the rear of the breech block that fits into a mating recess. Also known as a cam lock. Trigger, is a mechanism that actuates the firing of firearms. Trigger guard is a loop surrounding the trigger of a firearm and protecting it from accidental discharge. Trigger pull, the amount of force, which must firearm to cause sear release. Tokarev, Fedor, born in Igorlik-Shaya in 1971. Designed the service pistol of the Soviet forces. Tool marks identification, is a discipline of forensic science which has, as its primary concern to determine if a tool mark was produced by a particular tool. Two general type of tool marks. 1. Impression type, which as its name implies a little more than a bent. A pry bar may leave an impression-type mark on a window frame to which is applied the shape and the size of the mark, plus irregularities caused by nicks or breaks in the pry bar, may be such as to permit a positive statement as to its source. 2. Striated tool mark is left by a tool scraping over an object or surface softer than him. Thus, a pry bar which slips during the application may scrape over the jamb of a door, leaving striate. Tin snips or bolt cutter have blades which frequently leave striate on the edges of metal cut. An axe will leave striate on wood chips, as well as the auger or blade of a plane mechanical tool as a planer, joiner, and lathe all have blades and edges which leave striate on chips, shaving, and stock being worked. Many examples should be given, but these are typical lithotool most commonly encountered in the criminal investigations. Striated marks are often referred to as friction marks, abrasion marks or scratched marks. Tools. There are a number of tools using cartridges that are designed to drive studs, punch holes or cut tables. Such tools may be encountered in the investigation of an accident. Traps. These are designed to be set in the woods and left where animals will encounter them. They may fire a bullet or a poisoning charge, depending on their construction. Trigger. Small lever that is pulled or squeezed to start the firing process. Trigger guard. Piece that surrounds the trigger to protect it from being accidentally squeezed or bumped. Velocity. The speed of the projectile at a given point along its trajectory. Vierling. A four-barreled gun, typically with two identical shotgun barrels and with two rifle barrels of differing calibers. Built primarily in Germany and Austria. Walther, Karl, developed a reliable small-caliber automatic pistol in 1866. Walker test, the original chemical test for the detection of spatial distributions of nitrites in gunpowder residue. Winchester, Oliver. He led the formation of the Winchester Company. Types of cartridge case according to location of primer. 1. Pinfire cartridge. The pin extends radially through the bead of the cartridge case into the primer. This type of cartridge is no longer used. 2. Rimfire cartridge. The priming mixture is placed in the cavity formed in the rim of the head of the cartridge case. 3. Centerfire cartridge. The primer cup is forced to the middle portion of the head of the cartridge case. 4. Percussion, a means of ignition of propellant change by a mechanical blow against the primer or percussion cap. A. Low power, a cartridge giving a muzzle velocity of less than 1,850 feet per second. B. High power, a cartridge giving a muzzle velocity of between 1925 and 2,500 feet per second. C. High intensity, a cartridge giving a muzzle velocity over 2,500 feet per second. Yaw, the angle between the longitudinal axis of a projectile and the line of the projectile trajectory. Zip guns, these may be in any form, since the name has been applied to all homemade guns. A great many of this class will be found to be exceedingly clever mechanisms and most effective weapon. Zwilling, European term for a double-barreled shoulder arm with one rifle and one smooth-bore barrel. The basics of firearms and ammunition. There are 5 general categories of small arms. 1. Handguns. 2. Rifles. 3. Shotguns. 4. Submachine guns. 5. Machine guns. There are 4 basic types of handguns. 1. Single-shot pistols. 2. Derringers. 3. Revolvers. 4. Autoloading pistols. Great American firearms inventor. 1. John Moses Browning. He was born on January 23, 1855 in Ogden, Utah, U.S., where his father settled after the Mormon Exodus of 1847. It was in his father's shop that he learned the art and secrets of gunsmithing. He passed away in Liege, Belgium in 1926 due to heart failure. He is famous for designing many firearms, but the most famous of his design is the Colt's 45. ACPM 1911 government model and FN Browning high-power model. P35 and 9 mm per bam. He is a person who invented more firearms than any other gun maker in the history of the world. 2. Richard Jordan Gatling. He is the inventor of the Gatling gun. He was born on September 12, 1818 at Maines Neck, North Carolina. He died in New York City on February 26, 1903. He has a medical degree in Ohio Medical College. He conceived the idea of the rapid-fire machine gun which is associated with his name. He succeeded in perfecting the Gatling gun in 1862, capable of discharging 350 shots per minute. 3. Samuel Colt. He was born at Hartford, Connecticut in 1814 and died there in 1862. After leaving school he worked at his father's textile mill. He spent his spare time disassembling and reassembling his father's guns. In 1829, he became a sailor. In 1835, he patented his 5-shot revolver that transformed firearm into a multi-shot device. 4. John Cancius Garand. He was born on January 1, 1888 in St. Remy, Quebec in a French-Canadian family. He died on February 16, 1974 in Springfield, Massachusetts. He was 11 years old when he came to America, speaking little English but fluent in French. He quit school and went to work at a textile mill and later became a machinist at a precision tool company. He took correspondence course in engineering. He is best known for creating the first successful semi-automatic rifle, the M1 Garand, to be widely used in active military service. 5. Horace Smith. He was born in Cheshire, Massachusetts on October 28, 1808 and died on January 15, 1893. He was a gunsmith, inventor, and businessman. He moved to Springfield at age 4. He joined his father working in the U.S. Armory as an apprentice. He worked his own gun manufacturing business. He patented an improvement of the breech-loading rifle in 1851, a year before he met Wesson through their work at Allen, Brown, and Luther barrel manufacturers. He, together with Daniel Wesson, patented a pistol that used a cartridge with powder and lubricant and had a new repeating action which became the basis for the famous Winchester rifle. 6. Daniel Baird Wesson. He was born on May 18, 1825 in Worcester, Massachusetts and died on August 4, 1906 at Springfield, Massachusetts due to heart failure. He apprenticed as a gunsmith under his elder brother Rufus and later worked with another gunsmith brother, Frank, before partnering with Horace Smith in establishing the Smith & Wesson Arms Company in 1852. He developed a lever-action pistol with a repeating action and the first practical self-primed metallic cartridge. The pistol was powerful enough that it was quickly nicknamed Volcanic, followed by the more famous Volcanic rifle. 7. David Marshall Williams. He was born on November 13, 1900 in Cumberland County, North Carolina, and he died on January 8, 1975. In Raleigh, North Carolina. He built his first pistol with a reed barrel when he was 10 years old. He was imprisoned in Halifax County. After 8 years, he was pardoned. When World War II broke out, he was working for Winchester repeating Arms Company in Connecticut. He was famous for designing a rifle with a short-stroke gas piston which he had worked in prison. He is best remembered for the gun that gave him his nickname, the M1 carbine. 8. John Taliaferro Thompson. He was born on December 31, 1860, in Newport, Kentucky, and he died on June 21, 1940. He was a soldier and a United States Military Academy graduate. He graduated in 1882. He invented and developed the Thompson submachine gun. After his death in 1940, the Thompson submachine gun began to be used for its creator's original intended purpose as highly effective and easily carried weapon in trench warfare. 9. Earl Harvey. He designed the T-25 rifle while working at Springfield Armory. The T-25 was later renamed T-47. Later on T-44 was created as an alternative to T-47. In 1957, U.S. formally adopted the T-44 as the U.S. Infantry Service Rifle, designated M14. He is also known as the father of the 7.62 mm NATO cartridge. 10. Eugene Morrison Stoner. He was born on November 22, 1922, in Gosport, Indiana. He died on April 24, 1997 due to cancer. He is the man most associated with the design of the AR-15 rifle, adopted by the U.S. military as M16. 11. Christian Sharps. He was born on January 2, 1810 in Washington, New Jersey. He died on March 12, 1874 at his home in Vernon, Depot due to tuberculosis. He was the inventor of the first commercially successful breech-loading rifle. At the onset of the American Civil War, Sharp's rifle was produced in large quantities. 12. Arthur William Savage. He was born on May 13, 1857 in Kingston, Jamaica, British West Indies, and he died on September 22, 1938. He committed suicide. He is the inventor of the Savage Model 99 lever-action rifle. 13. William Batterman Ruger. He was born on June 21, 1916 in Brooklyn, New York, and he died on July 6, 2002 in Prescott, Arizona. In 1938, he came up with a design for what eventually became a light machine gun for the United States Army. 14. Eliphaela Remington. He was born on October 28, 1793 in Suffield, Connecticut, and he died on August 12, 1861 in Orleans, New York due to heart failure. He was a blacksmith. He cannot afford to purchase a rifle which he needs, so he made his own from scrap iron in his smithing shop and soon hired by neighbors as rifle maker, and by 1820, Remington's rifles were sold throughout New England. He introduced America's first gun barrel made from solid steel, the popular Beale revolver, and the breech-loading gun that superseded the conventional muzzle-loading rifle. 15. Robert Parker Parrott. He was born on October 5, 1804 in Lee, New Hampshire, and he died on December 24, 1877 in Cold Spring, New York. He is a product of the U.S. Military Academy class of 1824. During 1860, he produced the Parrott rifle gun, an innovative rifled cannon which was manufactured in several sizes. The largest, the 300-pounder version, weighed 26,000 pounds and its projectile weighed 300 pounds. Parrott guns was extensively used during the American Civil War by Union and Confederate armies. 16. Hiram Maxim. He was born on February 5, 1840 in Sangerville, Maine, and he died on November 24, 1916 in London. He was the inventor of the Maxim gun, the first portable fully automatic machine gun. 17. John Marlin. He was born in 1836 in Connecticut and he died in 1901. He apprenticed as a tool and die maker during the Civil War. He worked at the Colt plant in Hartford and in 1870, manufactured his own line of revolvers and derringers. He was able, together with outstanding team of inventors, enduring firearms models, known today as Models 39 and 336, they are the oldest shoulder arm designs in the world still being produced. 18. Benjamin Tyler Henry, born in 1821 and he died in 1898. He was a gunsmith and inventor of the Henry rifle, the first reliable lever-action repeating rifle. D. Question documents examinations. 3rd century AD, the earliest handwriting examination cases reported. 6th century, the Roman Emperor Justinian dictated guidelines for the use of handwriting comparisons in Roman courts. 1873, the year in which the first commercially successful typewriter was introduced. Addition, inserting or modifying clause or sentence in a document to alter its meaning. Substitution, replacing original entries or writing with another. Albert Sherman Osborne became the preeminent American pioneer in the field when he authored Question Documents, a seminal work in scientific documents analysis that remains in print and in use. He founded the American Society of Question Document Examiners in 1942. Alfred Dreyfus, a French army officer, accused of treason through letters found attempting to sell French secrets to Germany, later found that Dreyfus did not write the letters. Alignment, relation of successive characters or letter of a word, signature or a line of writing to an actual or imaginary baseline. Alphabet is a standard set of letters, basic written symbols or graphemes, which is used to write one or more languages based on the general principle that the letters represent phonemes, basic significant sounds, of the spoken language. Alteration, any change made on a document before, during, or after its original execution. Methods of alteration. 1. Mechanical. 2. Chemical. Arrangement, habitual placing and positioning of letters and words. Casting, was one method used to produce counterfeit coins in Britain and America during the colonial period. Basically it consisted of melting metal and then pouring the molten liquid into a mold having a reservoir in the shape of a coin. Class characteristics, common to a group of people. Learned from school or from an individual's parent or tutor. Class characteristics are similarities between individuals who learned the same type of writing systems. Individual characteristics, highly personal or peculiar to a particular writer. Influenced by habit, mindset, personal preference. It identifies an individual from other writers. Types of individual characteristics. 1. Skill level, the way a writing looks. 2. Slant, is the angle of writing. 3. Form, is the way a writer makes a letter or movement of letters. Most basic individual characteristic and is very important to QDE. 4. Movement, is the way a pen moves in order to make a mark or form a letter. This can help distinguish the difference in form. Two letters can be the same, but made in a different way. 5. Proportions, is the symmetry of an individual letter. 6. Height, is comparing the height of one letter to another. Height, proportions are usually habits found in a specific writer. 7. I dot. 8. T-crossing. 9. Loops, are similar to proportions. 10. Pressure, is the difference in ink or pencil in width or shade. Helps show direction of movement. 11. Baseline alignment, The value of this show the questioned writing in correlation to the baseline. Helps QDE examiners determine whether the writing was altered or is consistent with the rest of the writing or other examples. 12. Pen lifts. Pen lifts are when the pen or pencil is lifted from the paper and reapplied to finish a word or sentence. 13. Speed. The speed of a writer is a key indicator for QDE in the examination process. Fast and slow speeds are difficult to duplicate, leaving behind inconsistencies in the writing. 14. Embellishments. Decorate writing. Usually found in the beginning of word, but can be seen other places. 15. Entry/exit strokes is the way a writer begins certain letter or words and can be very specific to an individual. Also includes the idea of connecting strokes. 16. Retracing is considered fixing a portion of writing that is not readable or pleasing to the writer. In some cases, this can indicate forgery but is very common in normal handwriting to retrace letters or words. 17. Spelling is an individual characteristic because of education or habits and can be an easy fix to eliminate or pinpoint suspects. 18. Spacing is the area between letters or words and is usually specific to the writer. 19. Format is the habit in which a writer uses to depict simple things like dates, numbers, abbreviations. Example, the way people write checks. 20. Case is a characteristic of a writer who might use uppercase letters where a lowercase should be present. Coin clipping, shaving off a small portion of a precious metal coin for profit. Coin mutilation, cutting a portion of a coin. Collected standard, procured standard, obtained from files executed in the course of everyday routine. Requested standard, document requested by an investigator for the purpose of comparative examination. Color shifting ink, ink that changes color when viewed in different angles. Connections, links which connect a letter with the one following it. Counterfeiting, imitate fraudulently for gain. To make a copy of, usually with the intent to defraud, forge, counterfeits money. Cuneiform, denoting or relating to the wedge-shaped characters used in the ancient writing systems of Mesopotamia, Persia, and Ugarit, surviving mainly on clay tablets. Cutting, skillful cutting away of some portions and then inserting new one to fill the gap. Disguised writing is any deliberate attempt to alter one's handwriting to prevent recognition. Document, any material that contains marks, symbols, or signs either visible, partially visible or invisible that may present or ultimately convey a meaning or message to someone. Document may be questioned with respect to its 1. Authenticity. 2. Identity. 3. Origin. 4. Relation among its parts. 5. Relation to other things. Types of document examination. 1. Handwriting comparisons. 2. Ink examinations. 3. Indented writing. 4. Alterations. 5. Paper analysis. 6. Photocopy analysis. 7. Typewriting. Instrument used in a question document QD laboratory. 1. Stereo microscope. The stereo or stereoscopic or dissecting microscope is an optical microscope variant designed for low magnification observation of a sample, typically using light reflected from the surface of an object rather than transmitted through it. 2. Light microscope. Light microscope works like a refracting telescope except that the object is very close to the objective lens. 3. Video spectral comparator, VSC, is an apparatus which can a. Analyze and compare inks, reveal alterations on a document. b. Visualize security features printed into papers. c. Use the spectrometer and various built-in light sources for UV, visible spectrum and IR examinations of ink and documents to visualize fluorescence, examination with transmitted light or a low-angle light, and recording, comparing differences in reflectance, and absorption under variable wavelengths of light and with various filters which will discriminate between different inks. 4. Electrostatic detection apparatus, ESDA, is an apparatus which can a. Produce an evidential record of any indentations, writing impressions, which are present upon a page, resulting from previous pages of overwriting in a writing pad, notebook, or upon a letter placed inside an envelope which was then addressed. B. Visualize and record any other transmitted impression, such as from a machine postal stamp upon an envelope, or visualize and record any paper edge impressions of a page portion that was torn from a page within a notepad, even if the page was removed some time later. Erasure, the removal of writing, recorded material, or data. Orion constellation, is a pattern of symbols incorporated into a number of banknote designs worldwide since about 1996. It is added to help imaging software detect the presence of a banknote in a digital image. Exemplars, handwriting used as a standard for comparison with the document in question. Known authentic writing samples. 2 types of exemplars. 1. Requested writings, dictated, are writing samples taken from someone for the purpose of comparison with a question document. 2. Non-requested writings, undictated, collected. These are examples of the subject's writings that are taken in the normal course of business or personal transactions. Forensic document examination, the practice of the application of document examination to the purposes of a law. Graphology, is the study of handwriting to identify the writer's personality traits. Graphologist profiles character or personality by drawing conclusions from certain types of characteristics in the handwriting sample. Handwriting refers to a person's writing created with a writing utensil such as a pen or pencil. Handwriting comparison characteristics. 1. Spacing between letters. 2. Spacing between words. 3. Relative proportions between letters and within letters. 4. Individual letter formations. 5. Formations of letter combinations. 6. The overall slant of the writing. 7. Connecting strokes. 8. Pen lifts. 9. Beginning and ending strokes. 10. Unusual flourishes. 11. Pen pressure. Character of handwriting. 1. No single handwriting characteristic can in itself be taken as the basis for a positive comparison. 2. The final conclusion must be based on a sufficient number of common characteristics between the known and questioned writing samples. 3. There are no hard and fast rules for a sufficient number of personal characteristics. It is a judgment call made by the expert examiner in the context of each case. Henry Mill was an English inventor who patented the first typewriter in 1714. Hieroglyph, Greek for sacred writing, is a character of the ancient Egyptian writing system. Logographic scripts that are pictographic in form in a way reminiscent of ancient Egyptian are also sometimes called hieroglyphs. Hologram, a three-dimensional image formed by the interference of light beams from a laser or other coherent light source. Indented writing, second-page writing, is the impression from the writing instrument captured on sheets of paper below the one that contains the original writing. Electrostatic detection, indented writing may be recovered using this method. Ink, a colored fluid or paste used for writing, drawing, printing, or duplicating. Microspectrophotometer, a non-destructive approach to comparing ink lines. It is accomplished with a visible light microspectrophotometer. Thin layer chromatography is also suitable for ink comparisons. Interlineation, insertion between lines or paragraphs. Juxtaposition, an act or instance of placing close together or side by side, especially for comparison or contrast. Lindbergh baby case, a sensational case of kidnapping for ransom resulting in murder of a baby where question document examination is the centerpiece of the investigation and the reason for the arrest of the perpetrator. Manuscript is any document written by hand, as opposed to being printed or reproduced in some other way. Microprinting is one of many anti-counterfeiting techniques used most often on currency and bank checks, as well as various other items of value. Microprinting involves printing very small text, usually too small to read with the naked eye, onto the note or item. Obliteration, obscuring a document by a series of X types, haphazard, lines, blots, and smears. Offset printing, or web offset printing is a commonly used printing technique in which the inked image is transferred, or offset, from a plate to a rubber blanket, then to the printing surface. Letterpress printing is a technique of relief printing using a printing press. A worker composes and locks movable type into the bed of a press, inks it, and presses paper against it to transfer the ink from the type, which creates an impression on the paper. Pellegrino Turri, an Italian inventor, invented a mechanical typing machine, one of the first typewriters in 1801 for his blind lover Countess Carolina Fantoni de Fivizzano. He also invented carbon paper to provide the ink for his machine. Pen lift is the practice of lifting the tip of a pen from a writing surface. It comes in the form of a disconnection between letters and letter combinations. Pen pressure, the proportions of strokes to each other in width as affected by shading and by unconscious emphasis. Penmanship is the technique of writing with the hand using a writing instrument. The art or practice of writing with the pen. Pictograph, a pictorial symbol for a word or phrase. Pictographs were used as the earliest known form of writing, examples having been discovered in Egypt and Mesopotamia from before 3000 BC. Question document is any signature, handwriting, typewriting, or other mark whose source or authenticity is in dispute or doubtful. Most common question document. 1. Letters. 2. Checks. 3. Driver's license. 4. Contracts. 5. Wills. 6. Voter's registration. 7. Passports. 8. Petitions. 9. Threatening letters. 10. Suicide notes. 11. Lottery tickets. Rules in collecting question documents. 1. Original document preferred. 2. QDE must mark all evidence, initial and date. If document cannot be marked, it should be placed in enveloped and sealed with initial and date. 3. Maintain chain of custody. Question document examination, the scientific methods of identification and examination of questionable documents, handwriting examination, detection of forgery, falsification and counterfeiting of documents, which stress the procedures of restoring and deciphering erasures and obliterations, examination of documents by means of visible light, ultraviolet light and ultra-red radiation and colored powders, recognition and selection of standards, and examination of questionable typewriting, computerized documents and other forms of modern printing. Retracing, any writing stroke which goes back over another writing stroke. Rhythm, the balanced quality of movement, producing a natural result not constrained nor artificial. Rubric and embellishment, the additional and unnecessary stroke incorporated in writing for decorative or ornamental purposes. Samuel Willard Sowell, January 25, 1830 – July 12, 1875, along with Christopher Scholes and Carlos Glidden, invented the first practical typewriter at a machine shop located in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. In 1869, security fibers are embedded in the paper during manufacture and are non-reproducible. Security thread is a security feature of many banknotes to protect against counterfeiting, consisting of a thin ribbon that is threaded through the note's paper. Shading and pen position, The increase in width of stroke brought by variations in writing pressure. Scholes and Glidden typewriter, the first commercially successful typewriter. Signature, a person's name written in a distinctive way as a form of identification in authorizing a check or document or concluding a letter. From the Latin word signare, which means to sign. Kinds of signature. 1. Formal signature, signature used on official documents such as will or deed of sale. 2. Informal signature, signature used in routine correspondence such as personal letters and other documents where you want the reader to recognize the signature but the exact spelling of the name isn't important. 3. Stylistic signature, signature used in signing checks, credit card receipts, etc. This is also like the famous physician's signature on a prescription. It is often highly stylistic and looks like a scribble with little that would be recognizable as a signature. Signature forgery refers to the act of falsely replicating the signature of another person. Popular methods of forging signature. 1. Freehand method, whereby the forger, after careful practice, replicates the signature by freehand. Although a difficult method to perfect, this often produces the most convincing results. 2. Trace-over method, the sheet of paper containing the genuine signature is placed on top of the paper where the forgery is required. The signature is traced over, appearing as a faint indentation on the sheet of paper underneath. This indentation can then be used as a guide for a signature. Methods of signature tracing. 1. Carbon outline method, carbon paper inserted between original and false document. 2. Indentation process, original document is placed over false one under it, to be traced later using a pen or pencil. 3. Transmitted light process, a light source is placed under a light, the original document is placed under the false one. The light source will illuminate both documents so that the writings on the original document will be seen and traceable on the false one. Characteristics that may suggest presence of forgery. 1. Shaky handwriting. 2. Pen lifts. 3. Signs of retouching. 4. Letter proportions. 5. Very close similarity between two or more signatures. Kinds of forgery of signatures. 1. Simple forgery, spurious forgery, signing of a document in his own or in a modified handwriting. Easy to detect once standards of genuine signatures are obtained. 2. Simulated forgery, freehand forgery, the copying or imitation of a signature. Indicators of forgery. 1. Blunt starts and stops. 2. Pen lifts and hesitations. 3. Tremor. 4. Speed and pressure. 5. Patching. Slant, slope of writing in relation to the baseline. Spacing, is a blank area devoid of content, serving to separate words, letters, numbers, and punctuation. Striking, stamping, making an impression of a coin on a metal blank by pressure using steel dies. Superimposition, placing or laying of one document over another in a way that it appears as a single image. The placement of an image or video on top of an already existing image or video, usually to add to the overall image effect, but also sometimes to conceal something. Terminal, the end of a writing stroke. Initial stroke, the beginning of a writing stroke. Tremor, deviation from uniform stroke brought about by lack of smoothness. Kinds of tremors. 1. Genuine tremors, caused by age, illiteracy, weakness. 2. Tremor of fraud. Type bar, one of the bars on a typewriter that bears type for printing. Typewriter is a mechanical or electromechanical machine for writing in characters similar to those produced by printers. Movable type by means of keyboard-operated type striking a ribbon to transfer ink or carbon impressions onto the paper. Carriage return, referred to a mechanism or lever on a typewriter. It was used after typing a line of text and caused the assembly holding the paper, the carriage, to return to the right so that the machine was ready to type again on the left-hand side of the paper, assuming a left-to-right language. Typeface, the printing surface of the type block. The most popular type are Pica and Elite. Pica, 10 characters per inch. Elite, 12 characters per inch. Types of typewriters. 1. Keyboard typewriter, is the simplest kind of typewriter, functioning from the QWERTY formation of letters and having a type, a metallic cast with letters molded into it, that's attached by a bar or rod. 2. Single-element typewriter, enable the user to print data in different languages or fonts. Instead of using a bar mold for the type, called a type bar, single-element typewriters use type wheels, type sleeves or type shuttles for molds. The most popular single element was the Hammond type shuttle. Typewriter produced in 1884. 3. Type bar typewriters, as the name suggests, use type bars, or molds of iron shaped like bars, for their types. Type bars are the most common kind of typewriter and the original invented by Scholes, Glidden and Sow was a type bar typewriter. 4. Index typewriters, were far less costly in the pre-modern era, but also less useful. An index typewriter required that users first input what key they would like, and then perform another action, usually pressing a lever, to print the letter to a page. Usually these didn't use type bars, but instead type wheels, type shuttles, type plates and even more novel types. Examples of the index typewriter are the American Visible, first manufactured in 1901, and the French Virotype of 1914. 5. Teletype typewriters, teleprinters, came on the scene in the mid-1950s and peaked in popularity in the 1960s. They were used mostly for communicating information from point to point, much as modern fax machines are used. Most non-IBM computers had teletype terminals. Teletypes were completely mechanical and thus required regular lubrication. They didn't have type bars in the strictest sense and instead used plastic gears to print messages. 6. Electric typewriters. The most modern typewriter, still used today, is the electric typewriter, most notably IBM models such as the Selectric. The electric typewriter minimized the force necessary to print out a message by using a motor and type ball to print letters on paper. Vignette, a small illustration or portrait photograph which fades into its background without a definite border. Watermark, a faint design made in some paper during manufacture that is visible when held against the light and typically identifies the maker. Writing is a medium of communication that represents language through the inscription of signs and symbols. Cursive writing, also known as script, joined-up writing, joint writing, running writing, or handwriting is any style of penmanship in which the symbols of the language are written in a conjoined and/or flowing manner, generally for the purpose of making writing faster. Writing speed, classified into 4 divisions. 1. Slow and drawn. 2. Deliberate. 3. Average. 4. Rapid. Polygraph, lie detection. 1875, the earliest attempt at a scientific approach to the development of diagnostic instrumentation for lie detection, when the Italian physiologist, Angelo Mosso, 1846–1910, began studies of fear and its influence on the heart and respiration. The fear of being detected was considered an essential element of deception. Through his research Mosso demonstrated that blood pressure, blood volume, and pulse frequency changed depending on changes in emotions of a tested subject. From records of pulsation, Mosso was able to distinguish persons who were afraid from those who were tranquil. 1915, the year Dr. Marston developed the discontinuous systolic blood pressure test which would later become one component of the modern polygraph. 1992, the polygraph made its official entrance into the computer age. 1997, considered the year of birth of lie detection in Ukraine. 18th century, the era conducive to developing technical means of detecting deception, subsequently named lie detector, variograph, polygraph, emotional stress monitor, deceptograph, to name a few. African tribes have utilized their own method of detecting a guilty person while performing a special dance around a suspected individual. A sorcerer intensely sniffed him. The investigator made a conclusion. Whether the suspect committed the crime based upon the intensity of his body odor. Alexander R. Luria, 1902–1977, a Soviet neuropsychologist, who initiated the research on the psychophysiological diagnostic instrumentation methods in criminal investigations which began in the 1920s. He used reaction time measures to study thought processes and developed a psychodiagnostic procedure he referred to as the combined motor method for diagnosing individual subjects' thought processes. He did not use an instrument in his study. Ancient methods of lie detection. Ancient Rome, bodyguard candidates were asked provocative questions. Those who blushed were selected for the job. It was believed that if a person blushed in response to provocative questions, he would not participate in plots. Ancient Sparta, before being admitted to certain schools, Spartan young men were required to pass the selection criteria. The young men were ordered to stand on the edge of a cliff, and were asked if they were afraid. The answer was always negative. However, its integrity was determined by the men's complexion. It was concluded that the pale young men lied and they were pushed from the cliff. Nervous behavior. If the subject looked down and moved his toe in a circular motion while being interrogated, he was thought to be deceptive. This was later diagnosed as nervous behaviorism. Nervous individuals were stereotyped as being deceptive. The ordeal of rice was commonly utilized as a lie detector in ancient China. Suspect was required to chew a mouthful of dry rice and then spit it out. If the rice was moist, the suspect was judged innocent. If the rice was dry, the suspect was judged guilty. The tension of guilt supposedly caused a cessation of salivary gland secretion of fluids. The ordeal of the hot iron. In Africa, the suspect had a hot iron placed on his tongue. If the suspect's tongue was not burned, he was judged innocent. If the suspect's tongue was burned, he was judged guilty. The tension of guilt supposedly caused a cessation of salivary secretions which would allow the tongue to be burned. The ordeal of the sacred donkey. Around 1500 BC in India, Indian priests paints a donkey's tail with carbon residue from an oil lamp and placed the animal in a dark tent. The suspects were sent into the tent and told that pulling the magic donkey's tail would reveal the liar. If a guilty man pulls his tail, the donkey will bray. When the suspects came out, the priests examined their hands. Those with clean hands had not touched the donkey's tail. It was assumed that this was due to the suspects' fear of their guilt being discovered, proving they were liars. Angelo Mosso, an Italian physiologist, he used an instrument called plethysmograph in his research on emotion and fear in subjects undergoing questioning, and he studied the effects of these variables on their cardiovascular and respiratory activity. Plethysmograph, from the Greek word plethysmos, increasor, enlargement, and grapho, write or record, is an instrument for recording and measuring variation in the volume of a part of the body, especially as caused by changes in blood pressure. Anticlimax dampening, the principle of psychological focus which holds that a person will establish an emotional priority for that stimulus which he perceives to represent the greatest threat to his well-being. Anxiety, a state of mental uneasiness or concern, abnormal apprehension, or fear, often accompanied by psychological signs, behavior symptoms or doubt concerning the nature and reality of a threat, real or imagined. Unfounded self-doubt. Apnea, the transient cessation of breathing which follows forced breathing. On a polygraph chart, apnea is generally represented by a blocking pattern in the pneumograph tracing. Applied stimulus, an intentionally applied external stimulus, normally in the form of a question, directed to a person undergoing a polygraph examination. An applied stimulus may be employed for the purpose of demonstrating a person's response capabilities at the time the stimulus is applied. Associated Research Incorporated, in Chicago, manufactured the first commercial polygraph instrument for Leonard Keeler. Autonomic nervous system, that part of the peripheral nervous system, consisting of the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system. Axon, the central core which forms the essential conducting part of a nerve fiber, an extension from and a part of the cytoplasm of some nerve cells. Baxter's own comparison technique, a polygraph technique which primarily involved an alteration of the read question sequencing. Basic polygraph examination requirements. 1. The examining room. Polygraph examination should be conducted in a quiet, private room. Under normal circumstances only the polygraphist and examines are permitted in the examining room. 2. Pre-test interview. The examination actually begins with the first contact between the examinee and the polygraphist. The pre-test interview is vital to a proper polygraph examination, and no examination will be administered by any OSPOL member without an adequate pre-test interview. 3. Question formulation. Question formulation should be conducted in accordance with established standards and techniques, unless specifically required by the nature of the issue being resolved. No questions regarding morals or the intimate details of a person's personal life will be asked. 4. Test construction, the use and placement of test questions within the question sequence must adhere to and be in accordance with those techniques generally recognized and widely accepted within the polygraph profession. 5. Stimulation test. The STIM test is optional. It may be conducted either as the first polygraph chart or inserted between polygraph charts. The fact that an individual has been previously examined, perhaps even by the same polygraphist, does not negate the use of the STIM test. 6. Review of test questions. Under no circumstances will any test be administered without a prior, thorough review of all test questions with the examinee. 7. Administering the polygraph charts. A. After applying pressure to the blood pressure cuff at the time of the test, the polygraphist should be able to announce the beginning of the test with minimum delay. B. Test questions should be usually spaced at not less than 15-second intervals. C. The administering of the polygraph examination shall be conducted in accordance with established standards and techniques which are taught by the accredited schools. 8. Chart interpretation. Chart interpretation is the final key to a valid polygraph examination. Under no circumstances is it permitted that a OSPOL polygraphist overlook or ignore the established, basic concepts of chart interpretation taught in All accredited polygraph schools. Behavior symptoms, those subjectively observable nonverbal manifestations of a person at the time of an applied stimulus which may or may not be indicative of that person's veracity. Blood pressure change, the visual representation of an increase or decrease in blood pressure or volume on a polygraph chart by the cardio component of a polygraph instrument. Cardiosphygmograph, heart/pressure/recording. The tracing on a polygraph chart, made by a pen moved by a bellows device in connection with a closed air pressurized circuit and an inline cardiosphygmomanometer, which reflects blood pressure and radial pulse in response to an applied stimulus. Cardiosphygmomanometer, an inline pressure dial in a closed air pressurized circuit capable of representing the pressure in that circuit in units of millimeters of mercury. Cardiovascular system, those portions of an organism which contain the heart, arteries, veins and capillaries. The functional means by which blood is transported throughout the body. Cerebellum, that portion of the brain which projects over the medulla and is especially concerned with the coordination of muscular activity and body equilibrium. Cerebrum, the enlarged front and upper part of the brain which contains the higher nervous centers. Cesare Lombroso, 1835–1909, was the first in 1895 to experiment with a device measuring blood pressure and pulse to detect deception in criminal suspects and noted increased blood pressure following relevant questions when put to some subjects. He called it a hydrosphygmograph chart, the graphic recorded representations of a person's psychophysiological responses to a set of carefully controlled stimuli presented to him in the form of a valid and reliable question. Structure. Christian Hans Stolting founded the Stolting Company, now a manufacturer and distributor of research instrumentation including physiology and biofeedback for scientific research plus psychological and educational tests. Stolting Company, Stolting invented the first modern polygraph in 1935. Chart identification, any information placed on a polygram which identified the person examined, the polygraphist conducting the examination as well as any other data, time and place of the examination, including the signature of the examinee, if obtainable. Cleve Baxter, he founded the CIA's polygraph unit shortly after World War II. He also founded the longest-running polygraph school in the world. He developed the Baxter's own comparison technique, ZCT. Control stimulation test, a modified peak of tension test used to relax the non-deceptive examinee and stimulate the deceptive examinee. By empirical evidence of the effectiveness of the polygraph technique. Control question, that question within a structured technique which is broad in scope and depth, generally limited by mutually exclusive time parameter, which relates to a wrongdoing of the same general nature as the one under investigation, and one to which the examiner will, in all probability, lie or to which his answer will be of dubious validity in his own mind. A question to which the examinee's answer will be a known lie or a probable lie. This question is similar in nature but not related to the issue being resolved, and should be of slightly less weight than the relevant questions. Control question technique, CQT, a polygraph technique that incorporated control questions, comparison, which were designed to be emotionally arousing for non-deceptive subjects and less emotionally arousing for deceptive subjects than the relevant questions previously used. Countermeasures, deliberate chemical, mental or physical, attempts by an examinee to affect the polygraph tracings or the final outcome of a polygraph examination. Cuff pressure, the air pressure in the inflatable bladder in the blood pressure cuff is indicated on the sphygmomanometer of the polygraph instrument in units of millimeters of mercury. Daniel Defoe, a British novelist who in 1730 wrote an essay entitled An Effectual Scheme for the Immediate Preventing of Street Robberies and Suppressing All Other Disorders of the Night, wherein he recommended that taking the pulse of a suspicious fellow was a practical, effective and humane method for distinguishing truthfulness from lying. Deception, the act of making someone believe something that is not true. Dendrites, an extension or process of a neuron which serves to conduct impulses toward the cell body. Dick Arthur refined the read control question technique with his known lie and probable lie question technique and the guilt complex question. This became known as Arthur's technique. Diacritic notch, graphic representation within a cardio tracing on a polygraph chart caused by a backward surge of blood against the semilunar valve in the left ventricle of the heart. Distortion, change in polygraph tracings caused by artifact stimulus. A disturbance of normal polygraph tracings not attributable to an intended stimulus within a test structure. Dr. Joseph F. Kubis, of Fordham University in New York City, was the first researcher to use potential computer applications for the purpose of polygraph chart analysis in the late 1970s. Dr. Marie-Gabrielle Romain Vigouroux, 1831–1911, a French electrotherapy specialist, was first to discover in 1879 the phenomenon we now know as electrodermal response. Electrodermal response, human body phenomenon in which the body, mainly the skin, involuntarily changes resistance electrically upon the application of certain external stimuli. Scientists who contributed to the electrodermal response research: 1. Ivan Tarkanov, 1846–1908, Georgian. 2. Charles Samson Fear, 1852–1907, French. 3. Georg Sticker, 1860–1960, German. 4. Otto Verguth, 1870–1944, Swiss. Dyspnea, abnormal breathing characterized by either labored breathing, shortness of breath, suppression or serrated exhalation. Efferent nerve fibers, those neural fibers which carry impulses away from the central nervous system. Ego defense mechanism, those psychological defenses used by a person to shield himself against that which he perceives to represent a threat to his immediate well-being. Endocrine glands, those ductless glands which discharge their secretions directly into the bloodstream. In general, the endocrine glands coordinate and control body activities at a slower rate than the nervous system and thus promote long-term adjustments. Enveloping question, a question used at the beginning and end of a certain peak of tension test which deals with an issue or subject which is beyond the realm of possibility of the information being sought. Eupnea, regular or normal breathing. Examinee, an individual who has volunteered for and undergoes a polygraph examination. Excitability, the potential ability of a neuron to respond to any given stimulus. Expert opinion, a statement reflecting the results of the evaluation of a polygraph chart. Extrasystole, a premature contraction of the heart which is independent of the normal rhythm and which arises in response to an impulse in some part of the heart other than the sino-auricular node, or from some abnormal stimulus. An extrasystole appears in the cardio tracing of a polygraph chart as a break in the normal rhythm of The heart. Fight or flight syndrome, the activation of involuntary sympathetic neural activity upon conscious recognition of a threat to the immediate well-being of an organism. A group of neural symptoms which enable an organism to cope with a stressful or threatening situation by taking that organism from a normal relaxed state to an emergency state of preparedness for the sake of survival. Forensic psychophysiology, modern term for polygraph examination. Galvanograph, electrical current recording, known as the GSR, galvanic skin response and galvanic skin conductance. Galvanometer, measures the small differences in electrical resistance and any shifts in a subject's anxiety. Ganglia, groups of nerve cell bodies found in the autonomic plexuses, composed primarily of sympathetic postganglionic neurons. Guilt complex, a group of associated ideas or attitudes which have a common emotional tone of feelings of universal responsibility. These ideas or attitudes may be conscious or unconscious, however, they may significantly influence an individual's behavior or psychophysiological responses when confronted with an accusation. Guilt complex question, a question included in a structured polygraph test designed to identify a person who may be inappropriately responding to relevant and control questions. Due to a guilt complex, this question is usually one which concerns a non-existent crime or circumstance which an examinee is led to believe did exist in which he is suspect but which he knows he could not have committed. Guilt complex question, a question about a fictitious incident of individual and of a similar nature and weight as the issue being resolved. Sticker, one of the first to suggest the use of EDA, galvanic skin response as an indicator of deception. Hidden key, an item of evidence known only to the victim, perpetrator, investigator and polygraphist. Homeostasis, the tendency of an organism to maintain a state of equilibrium between interrelated psychological and physiological stimuli. Hydrosphygmograph, water pressure recording, a device consisting of a cylinder containing water and connected with a registering tube, used to record the amount of blood forced with each pulsation into a limb encased in the apparatus. Hypnosis, alteration of consciousness and concentration, subject. Manifest heightened suggestibility, not admissible in court. Hypothalamus, that portion of the brain which contains centers for the regulation of body temperatures, sleep and water balance. It also appears to be the center for the integration of emotions, visceral activity and neural impulses which trigger the sympathetic division of the autonomic nervous system. Irrelevant question, is intended to be an innocuous harmless question, having no particular relationship to the issue being resolved and which can unequivocally be answered truthfully. Primary relevant question, the key question regarding the direct act of committing an offense. Secondary relevant question, a question pertaining to pertinent aspects of the issue to which a guilty or knowledgeable person would be expected to respond significantly. Jacques Arsène d'Arsonval, June 8, 1851 – December 31, 1940, was a French physician, physicist, and inventor of the moving coil d'Arsonval galvanometer and the thermocouple ammeter. D'Arsonval was an important contributor to the emerging field of electrophysiology, the study of the effects of electricity on biological organisms, in the 19th century. John Augustus Larson was a police officer for Berkeley, California, United States, and famous for his invention of modern polygraph used in forensic investigations. He was the first American police officer having an academic doctorate and to use polygraph in criminal Investigations. John E. Reed, a lawyer from Chicago, Illinois, developed the control question technique, CQT, in 1947. Also called the father of controls. Reed control question technique inserted a surprise control question in irrelevant technique. Keeler polygraph. It became the most widely used polygraph in the world for the next 3 decades. Known peak of tension test. This is a series of similar type questions containing only one relevant question known to the polygraphist. Searching peak of tension test. A series of questions wherein the relevant questions are not known to the polygraphist. Kymograph. An instrument for recording variations in pressure, as of the blood, or in tension, as of a muscle, by means of a pen or stylus that marks a rotating drum at a constant speed. Lafayette Instrument Company, founded in 1947 by Max Wastel. 1915 to 1990, located in Lafayette, Indiana, USA, dominates the international polygraph market. It is the unconditional global leader in the manufacture and sale of lie detectors. Leonard Keeler, in 1926, modified the polygraph instrument designed by John Larson by adding a device that measured electrical skin conductivity or electrodermal response. He also founded the world's first polygraph school, the Keeler Polygraph Institute in Chicago, Illinois in 1948. Considered the father of modern polygraph. Lie is an intentionally false statement to a person or group made by another person or group who knows it is not wholly the truth. Kinds of lie. 1. White or benign lie, lie to preserve harmony of relationship. 2. Pathological lie, cannot tell right from wrong. 3. Red lie, communist propaganda. 4. Black lie, lie to dishonor or to discredit. 5. Malicious, judicial lie, misleading or lie to obstruct justice. 6. Fabrication, misrepresentation of truth. 7. Bold-faced lie, obviously lying. 8. Lying by omission of important facts. 9. Lie to children, to gain acceptance to children. 10. Noble lie, to maintain law and order. 11. Emergency lie, to prevent harm to third party. 12. Perjury, false testimony under oath. 13. Bluffing, pretense of capability, intention one does not possess. 14. Jocose lie, meant to be jest, teasing and sarcasm. 15. Contextual lie, stating part of truth out of context. 16. Promotion lie, incredible advertisements. Type of liars. 1. Panic liars. 2. Occupational liars. 3. Tournament liars. 4. Psychopathic liars. 5. Ethological liars. 6. Pathological liars. 7. Black liars. Luigi Galvani, an Italian physician and physiologist who in 1791 accidentally discovered that a dissected frog leg would twitch and contract at the touch of a scalpel charged with electricity. He discovered that current or galvanic electricity flowed through animal tissue. Mechanical adjustment, the manual centering of the ink pens on a polygraph instrument in order to maintain the individual component tracings within their appropriate physical parameters. Medulla oblongata, the lowest or hindmost part of the brain continuous with the spinal cord, contains centers of respiratory, cardio-inhibitory, cardio-acceleratory, vasoconstrictor, vasodilator, swallowing, salivary, and vomiting. Midbrain, the middle segment of the brain containing the centers for certain visual and auditory reflexes. Middle Ages, a suspect's pulse rate readings were collected for determining his or her guilt. This method was employed for exposing unfaithful wives and their lovers. The testing technique was very simple. A trained individual placed a finger on a wrist of a woman suspected of infidelity, while mentioning names of the men who could have had an intimate relationship with her. The examinee's pulse accelerated when she heard and, consequently, reacted to the name of her lover. Name test, a controlled peak of tension test utilized to establish an examinee's response capability to a known lie in which the name of a person upon whom the examinee places emotional significance is used as a known peak of tension. Nerves, those strands of tissue which specialize in the transmission of impulses to and from the brain and spinal cord and all parts of the body. Neuron, a single nerve cell. Neutral question, a question which does not pertain to the issue under investigation, the answer to which recognized as universally correct by both the examinee and the polygraphist. A neutral question is intended to elicit a minimal response from the examinee and provide the polygraphist with a valid graphic representation of the examinee's non-stress response patterns. Numerical evaluation, a valid and reliable system of numerical evaluation which employs a consistent set of values to describe the observable physiological response is graphically represented on a polygraph chart. Opinion, the expert conclusion expressed by a qualified polygraphist concerning the veracity of the statements made by examinee. Otto Vergath was a Swiss neurologist. In the 1900s he published a study of a phenomenon he called psychogalvanic reflex associated with observed changes in the electrical properties of the skin. In his research he noticed that emotional stimuli caused greater deflections, higher readings, on a galvanometer that was connected to the skin via electrodes than did neutral stimuli. He used the galvanometer in conjunction with word association tests. Psychogalvanic reflex, also called galvanic skin response, a change in the electrical properties of the body following noxious stimulation, stimulation that produces emotional reaction and to some extent, stimulation that attracts the subject's attention and leads to an aroused alertness. Outside issue, a circumstance unrelated to the primary issue which poses a greater threat to the immediate well-being of the examinee than does the primary relevant issue. Padding questions, those questions placed before and after the known relevant question in a known peak of tension test. Padding questions are similar in nature to the known relevant question and fall within the realm of possibility of the information being sought. Parasympathetic nervous system, that part of the autonomic nervous system which tends to induce secretion, to increase the tone and contractibility of smooth muscle and to channel the dilation of blood vessels. That division of the autonomic nervous system responsible for the normal housekeeping functions of the body, that is digestion and body temperature. Peripheral nervous system, that portion of the nervous system lying outside the central nervous system. Plethysmograph, the tracing on a polygraph chart made by a pen moved by a photo-optical system controlled by an examinee's psychophysiological responses to controlled stimuli. Pneumograph, breathing, recording, from the Greek word pneuma, air, or breath, and grapho, write or record, a device that recorded a subject's breathing patterns. Polygram, one or more polygraph charts. The cumulative recorded representations of an examinee's psychophysiological responses to a set of controlled stimuli presented to him in the form of a properly constructed question technique upon which an expert opinion is formed. Polygraph, a machine designed to detect and record changes in physiological characteristics, such as a person's pulse and breathing rates, used especially as a lie detector. Polygraph machine measure and record EFF. 1. Blood pressure. 2. Heart rate. 3. Respiration. 4. Skin conductivity. Polygraphist, an individual who, by virtue of his education, training, and experience, is capable of conducting a valid and reliable polygraph examination for the purpose of determining whether or not an examinee honestly believes that his own statements and answers concerning a questioned issue are in fact truthful. Polygraph examination, the entire environment within which a qualified polygraphist renders an expert opinion as to the veracity of an examinee's statements concerning the primary issue of the matter under investigation. Polygraph examiner, interpret the charts generated by the polygraph machine. Polygraph came from the Greek word polys, many writings, and grapho write. Polygraph chart is one continuous set of test questions recorded on paper by the polygraph instrument. Polyscore, a software program which used a sophisticated mathematical algorithm to analyze the polygraph data and to estimate the probability or degree of deception or truthfulness in a subject, is a computerized polygraph chart scoring algorithm that uses statistical probability to arrive at truthfulness or deception. It has been shown that validated algorithms have exceeded 98% in their accuracy to quantify, analyze and evaluate the physiological data collected from polygraph examinations administered in real criminal cases. Dr. Daley Olson and John C. Harris, statisticians at Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory, in Maryland, completed a software program called Polyscore in 1993. Pons, a band of nerve fibers in the brain connecting the lobes of the cerebellum, the medulla and the cerebrum. Pre-employment examination, an examination in which an individual is tested regarding the truthfulness and accuracy of an employment application along with other background areas, which aids the employer in selecting the most qualified individual for a position within the organization. Pre-examination interview, that portion of a polygraph examination during which information is obtained by the polygraphist from the examinee regarding the facts and circumstances which form the basis of the examination and from which the polygraphist develops appropriate questions for the polygraph technique to be employed. Psychogalvanic skin response, the recordable changes of body tissue, polarization, neural discharge, sweat gland activity or circulatory variations which occur as the result of work, emotion or a combination of either. In polygraphy, these changes are recorded on a polygraph chart by a pen attached to a galvanometer driven by the variations of electrical conductivity introduced into a Wheatstone bridge by the body tissues of an examinee. Psychogalvanometer, a component that measures changes in a subject's galvanic skin resistance during questioning, and in doing so, thus signaling the birth of the polygraph as we know it today. Psychological set, the theory which holds that a person's fears, anxieties and apprehensions will be directed toward that situation which presents the greatest immediate threat to his self-preservation or general well-being, generally to the exclusion of all other less threatening circumstances within his environment. Psychosis, a form of severe personality disorder involving loss of contact with reality, generally characterized by delusions and hallucinations. Question spacing, the elapsed time, not less than 15 seconds, between an answer given by an examinee and the following question asked by the polygraphist during a polygraph test. Receptors, those specialized cells sensitive to incoming stimuli. Reflex action, the cumulative product of stimulus, receptor, afferent. Nerve, connecting neuron, efferent nerve and effector action. A simple reflex arc. Refractory period, that period of time in which a neuron is unable to conduct an impulse. Reed polygraph was the first instrument to use a movement sensor to detect subject movement during the examination. Besides recording blood pressure, pulse, respiration, and GSR, this new polygraph recorded muscular activity in the forearms, thighs, and feet thanks to metal bellows placed under the arms and seat of the polygraph chair. Relevant question, that question within a structured polygraph test which pertains directly to the matter under investigation. Irrelevant question, is intended to be an innocuous, harmless question, having no particular relationship to the issue being resolved and which can unequivocally be answered truthfully. Primary relevant question, the key question regarding the direct act of committing an offense. Secondary relevant question, a question pertaining to pertinent aspects of the issue to which a guilty or knowledgeable person would be expected to respond significantly. Control question, a question to which the examinee's answer will be a known lie or a probable lie. This question is similar in nature but not related to the issue being resolved, and should be of slightly less weight than the relevant questions. Guilt complex question, a question about a fictitious incident of individual and of a similar nature and weight as the issue being resolved. Relevant, irrelevant, RI, questioning, a mixture of questions relevant to the crime, for example, do you own a knife? And irrelevant questions are asked, for example, are you 20 years old? The basis for this type of questioning was that an innocent person has a similar physiological response to both types of questions, but a guilty person would react more strongly to the crime-relevant questions. Residual air, that volume of air which remains in the lungs after the deepest possible exhalation. Sacrifice-relevant question, a question used in a zone comparison test designed for the intended to dissipate initial tension anticipated by an examinee in response to the target issue. Searching peak of tension test, a polygraph test in which a series of questions, usually similar in nature and scope, are asked and in which the answer to only one of them may evoke a response from the examinee. Screening examination is one in which, without any specific allegation, an individual is examined to verify his/her honesty, integrity and conduct as an employee. Specific examination is one in which there is one specific issue to be resolved, x. theft, burglary, robbery, murder, etc. Censor, any attachment made to the human body for the purpose of measuring and/or recording a psychophysiological response during a polygraph test. Specific response, a deviation from an examinee's normal state of homeostasia as evidenced by the tracings on a polygraph chart. Consideration must be given to overall chart interpretation with emphasis on the nature of the questions asked, the sequential position of the question within the structure used and the manner in which the question was presented to the examinee. Sphygmomanometer, or blood pressure meter, also referred to as a sphygmometer, is a device used to measure blood pressure, composed of an inflatable cuff to restrict blood flow, and a mercury or mechanical manometer to measure the pressure. Spot analysis technique, a system of chart interpretation whereby analysis of response capability may be made at each location on a polygraph chart wherein a relevant question is either preceded by or followed by a control question. Superdampening, the principle of psychological focus, which holds that if a person considers an outside issue to be a greater threat to his well-being than the main relevant issue, and that if he anticipates an unreviewed question concerning this outside issue, he may tune out all relevant and control questions by forcing his psychological set on the outside issue. The presence of an outside issue usually results in poor responses or no responses. Stimulation test verifies for the examiner that the examinee is testable and aids in convincing the examinee that the polygraph instrument works and will work on him. Suppression, an involuntary reduction in the amplitude of the pneumograph and cardiograph tracings in response to a stressful stimulus. Sympathetic nervous system, that part of the autonomic nervous system which tends to depress secretion, decrease the tone and contractibility of muscle not under direct voluntary control, and cause the contraction of blood vessels. Symptomatic question, a question contained within a structured question technique which is designed to identify the presence of an outside issue upon which a person may be focusing during the course of a polygraph examination. Symptomatic question, a question used to determine if some outside issue is of such concern to the examinee that it tends to damage expected responses to relevant questions. Synapses, the chemical junctions where nerve impulses pass from one neuron to another. System, a group of body organs which combine to form a whole and to cooperate for the purpose of carrying on some vital function. Test technique, a valid and reliable question structure employed by a qualified polygraphist for the purpose of verifying an examinee's statements or answers during a polygraph examination. The sequential order in which questions are asked during a polygraph examination. The foundation of expert opinion. Thalamus, the middle part of the brain through which sensory impulses pass to reach the cerebral cortex. Tidal volume, the volume of air moved in or out of the lungs with each respiratory cycle. Verguth was one of the first to make word association tests with the galvanometer. Vittorio Benassi, an Italian psychologist who in 1914 discovered a method for calculating the quotient of the inhalation to exhalation time as a means of verifying the truth and detecting deception in a subject. Benassi measured and recorded breathing by means of an instrument known as the pneumograph. He concluded that lying caused an emotional change within a subject that resulted in detectable respiratory changes that were indicative of deception. West Africa, persons suspected of a crime were made to hold and pass a bird's egg to one another. The person breaking the egg was considered guilty, based on the notion that his or her tremor eliciting nervousness was to blame. Wheatstone Bridge, a specially devised electronic circuit for the measurement of electrical resistance in a conductor. The conductor of unknown resistance is included in the circuit with three known resistances when the unknown resistance, Rx, is balanced with three known resistances, R1, R2, R3, it can be calculated mathematically, since it becomes one term in a proportion. William Moulton Marston was an American psychologist and the creator of the systolic blood pressure test, which became one component of the modern polygraph invented by John Augustus Larson in Berkeley, California. An American attorney and psychologist, is credited with inventing an early form of the lie detector when, in 1915, he developed the discontinuous systolic blood pressure test, which would later become one component of the modern polygraph. Word association test, questions answerable by yes or no, concerned with time of response. Quick answer, no relation to investigation. Delayed answer, has relation to investigation. F. Legal medicine. Definition of terms. Abrasion, a skin injury caused by scraping off of superficial skin due to friction against a rough surface. Abortion is the termination of pregnancy by the removal or expulsion from the uterus of a fetus or embryo before viability. Adipocere, a peculiar waxy substance consisting of salts and fatty acids and formed from the decomposition of corpse tissues, especially in moist habitats, also called grave wax. Algor mortis, Latin, algor, coldness, mortis, death, is the reduction in body temperature following death. Rigor mortis, Latin, rigor, stiffness, mortis, death, is one of the recognizable signs of death, caused by chemical changes in the muscles after death, causing the limbs of the corpse to become stiff and difficult to move or manipulate. Importance of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis is utilized to approximate the time of death. Generalized muscular contractions occur from 3 to 6 hours until 36 hours. Autopsy, a post-mortem examination to discover the cause of death or the extent of disease. An autopsy is derived from the Greek word autos, oneself, and ipsis, sight, view. Who are authorized to perform autopsy? 1. Health officers. 2. Medical officer of law enforcement agencies. 3. Members of the medical staff of accredited hospitals. When autopsy performed. 1. Written request of nearest kin to ascertain the cause of death. 2. Order of the competent court, mayor, prosecutor. 3. Written request of a law enforcement officer. 4. When required by a special law. 5. Surgeon, prosecutor to determine the cause of death. Principal aim of an autopsy. 1. To determine the cause of death. 2. To determine the state of health of the person before he or she died. 3. To determine whether any medical diagnosis and treatment before death were appropriate. Types of autopsies. 1. Medico-legal autopsy or forensic or coroner's. Autopsies seek to find the cause and manner of death and to identify the decedent. 2. Clinical or pathological autopsies are performed to diagnose a particular disease or for research purposes. 3. Anatomical or academic autopsies are performed by students of anatomy for study purposes only. 4. Virtual or medical imaging autopsies are performed utilizing imaging technology only, primarily magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, and computed tomography, CT. Forensic autopsy is used to determine the cause and manner of death. Anatomy, the branch of science concerned with the bodily structure of humans, animals, and other living organisms, especially as revealed by dissection and the separation of parts. Biochemistry, the branch of science concerned with the chemical and physico-chemical processes and substances which occur within living organisms. Cadaveric spasm, also known as post-mortem spasm, instantaneous rigor, cataleptic rigidity, or instantaneous rigidity, is a rare form of muscular stiffening that occurs at the moment of death, persists into the period of rigor mortis and can be mistaken for rigor mortis. Cadaveric spasm occurs immediately after death and is useful to ascertain the circumstances of death. Cerebral concussion. There is a brief loss of consciousness and sometimes memory after a head injury that doesn't cause obvious physical damage. Cerebral contusion. They are bruises to the brain, usually caused by a direct, strong blow to the head. They are more serious than concussions. Circulatory system, also called the cardiovascular system, is an organ system that permits blood to circulate and transport nutrients, such as amino acids and electrolytes, oxygen, carbon dioxide, hormones, and blood cells to and from cells in the body to nourish it and help to fight diseases, stabilize body temperature and pH, and to maintain homeostasis. Contempt of court, any willful disobedience to or disregard of a court order or any misconduct in the presence of a court action that interferes with a judge's ability to administer justice or that insults the dignity of the court, punishable by fine or imprisonment or both. Contusion, also called a bruise, is a type of hematoma of tissue in which capillaries and sometimes venules are damaged by trauma, allowing blood to seep, hemorrhage, or extravasate into the surrounding interstitial tissues. Death, complete cessation of all cardiopulmonary, heart-lung, and/or cessation of brain activity. Death is the termination of all biological functions that sustain a living organism. Kinds of death. 1. Somatic or clinical death, permanent cessation of all vital bodily functions. 2. Molecular or cellular death, refers to the death of cells. 3 to 6 hours after cessation of life. 3. Apparent death or state of suspended animation, a state in which the processes of the body, such as blood circulation, stop or become very slow for a period of time while a person or animal is unconscious. Leading causes of death in the world. 1. Ischemic heart disease. 2. Stroke, cerebrovascular diseases. 3. Lower respiratory infections. 4. Chronic obstructive lung disease. Signs of death. 1. Cessation of heart action and circulation. 2. Cessation of respiration. 3. Cooling of the body, algor mortis, the temperature of 15 to 20 degrees Fahrenheit is considered as an ascertained sign of death. 4. Loss of motor power. 5. Loss of sensory power. 6. Changes in the skin. 7. Changes in and about the eye. There is loss of corneal reflex. Tokyo Declaration is a set of international guidelines for physicians concerning torture and other cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment in relation to detention and imprisonment, which was adopted in October 1975 during the 29th General Assembly of the World Medical Association. Defloration is the laceration or rupture of the hymen as a result of sexual intercourse. Dermis, the thick layer of living tissue below the epidermis which forms the true skin, containing blood capillaries, nerve endings, sweat glands, hair follicles, and other structures. Digestive system. The digestive system is a group of organs working together to convert food into energy and basic nutrients to feed the entire body. Dr. Pedro P. Solis, Philippines father of legal medicine. Ecchymosis, a discoloration of the skin resulting from bleeding underneath, typically caused by bruising. Endocrine system, refers to the collection of glands of an organism that secrete hormones directly into the circulatory system to be carried towards a distant target organ. Epidermis, the outermost layer of the skin of a human or other vertebrate animal. Euthanasia, meaning good death, well or good, refers to the practice of ending life in a painless manner. The deliberate intervention was undertaken with the express intention of ending life, to relieve intractable suffering. Excretory system, is a passive biological system that removes excess, unnecessary materials from an organism, so as to help maintain homeostasis within the organism and prevent damage to the body. Firearm identification, used to determine whether the gun that is subject of the investigation has the same gun used or fired. Forensic medicine, application of medical science to elucidate legal problems. Forensic science, involves the application of the sciences to answer questions of interest to the legal system. 4 signs of inflammation. 1. Rubber, redness. 2. Calor, heat. 3. Tumor, swelling. 4. Jugular, pain. Fracture comes from the Latin word fracture, which means a break in the continuity of the bone. It is also a combination of a break in the bone and soft tissue injury. Frostbite, injury to body tissues caused by exposure to extreme cold, typically affecting the nose, fingers, or toes and often resulting in gangrene. Frostnip, the initial stages of frostbite. Gynecology, the branch of physiology and medicine which deals with the functions and diseases specific to women and girls, especially those affecting the reproductive system. Hematoma is a collection of blood outside of a blood vessel. Homeostasis means remaining stable or remaining the same. Incision, a surgical cut made in skin or flesh. Injury is the damage to a biological organism caused by physical harm. Coup injury, injury at the site of application of force. Counter-coup injury, injury opposite the site of application of force. Coup-con or coup injury, injury at the site and opposite the site of application of force. Locus minoris resistentiae, injury not at the site and not opposite the site of application of force but at the site offering least resistance. Extensive injury, injury on a greater area more than the site of application of force. Integumentary system is the organ system that protects the body from various kinds of damage, such as loss of water or abrasion from outside. The system comprises the skin and its appendages, including hair, scales, feathers, hooves, and nails. Laceration, a deep cut or tear in skin or flesh. A wound that is produced by the tearing of soft body tissue. This type of wound is often irregular and jagged. Lazarus syndrome is also called Lazarus phenomenon, is the spontaneous return of circulation after failed attempts at resuscitation. Lazarus sign, or Lazarus reflex is a reflex movement in brain-dead patients, which causes them to briefly raise their arms and drop them crossed on their chests. Legal medicine, branch of medicine which deals with the application of medical knowledge to the purpose of law and in the administration of justice. Application of medicine to legal cases. Livor mortis is a settling of the blood in the lower, dependent, portion of the body, causing a purplish-red discoloration of the skin. From the Latin word livor, bluish color, and mortis, of death. Also known as post-mortem lividity. Mayhem, intentional maiming of another person. Mechanical trauma is an injury to any portion of the body from a blow, crush, cut, or penetrating the wound. Medical evidence is the means sanctioned by the rules of court of ascertaining in a judicial proceeding the truth respecting a matter of fact. Types of evidence. 1. Real evidence, autoptic, made known to the senses. 2. Testimonial evidence, oral testimony under oath. 3. Experimental evidence. 4. Documentary evidence. Medical jurisprudence, knowledge of the law in relation to the practice of medicine. Medico-legal officer, medical examiner, a physician who determines the cause of injury/death/disease by examining the patient, cadaver and testify in court to aid in the administration of justice. Mental deficiency, or mental retardation, is sub-average intellectual ability present from birth or early infancy. Intelligence is both determined by heredity and environment. In most cases of mental deficiency, the cause is unknown. Classification of mental deficiency. 1. Idiot. The idiot's intelligence never exceeds that of a normal child over 2 years old. The IQ is between 0 to 20. This is usually congenital. 2. Imbecile. The imbecile's intelligence is compared to a normal child from 2–7 years old and the IQ is 20 to 40. 3. Feeble-minded. His mentality is similar to that of a normal child between 7 to 12 years old and an IQ of 40 to 70. The legal importance of determining the person's state of mind are the following. 1. In criminal law, Insanity exempts a person from criminal liability. 2. In civil law, insanity is a restriction of the capacity of a natural person to act as provided in Article 38 of the Civil Code. 3. Insanity modifies or limits the capacity of a natural person to act as provided in Article 39 of the Civil Code. 4. Insanity at the time of marriage of any or both parties is a ground for the annulment of marriage. Mental health disorders include disturbances in thinking, emotion, and behavior. There is a complex interaction between the physical, psychological, social, cultural and hereditary influences. Factors that contribute to the development of mental disorders. 1. Heredity, the most frequent factor that contributes to insanity, and a good history will reveal the ascendants afflicted with the same. 2. Incestuous marriage, the mental illness is accentuated when they are blood relative. 3. Impaired vitality, stress, tension, worry, grief may predispose to insanity. 4. Poor moral training and breeding, corrupt moral upbringing in the family due to immorality of the parents. 5. Psychic factors, factors like love, hate, rage, anger, passion, disappointments. 6. Physical factors. A. Non-toxic factors, exhaustion resulting from severe physical and mental strain and traumatic injuries to the head. B. Toxic factors, drug addiction, infections of the brain. Kinds of mental health disorders. 1. Psychosomatic disorders, physical disorders caused by psychological factors. 2. Somatoform disorders, encompasses several psychiatric disorders in which people report physical symptoms but deny having psychiatric problems. 3. Generalized anxiety disorders. 4. Panic attacks and panic disorder. 5. Phobic disorders. A. Agoraphobia. B. Specific phobias. C. Social phobia. 6. Obsessive-compulsive disorder. 7. Post-traumatic stress disorder. 8. Depression and mania. 9. Bipolar disorder. 10. Suicidal behavior. 11. Eating disorders. A. Anorexia nervosa. B. Bulimia nervosa. C. Binge eating disorder. 12. Personality disorders. A. Paranoid. B. Schizoid. C. Histrionic. D. Narcissistic. E. Antisocial. F. Borderline. G. Avoidant. H. Dependent. I. Obsessive, compulsive. J. Passive-aggressive. K. Dissociative. 13. Schizophrenia, a serious mental disorder characterized by loss of contact with reality, psychosis, hallucinations, delusions, false beliefs, abnormal thinking, disrupted work and social functioning. Types of schizophrenia. A. Paranoid, is a mental disorder characterized by paranoia and a pervasive, long-standing suspiciousness and generalized mistrust of others. B. Hebephrenic, it is characterized by disorganized behavior and speech, as well as disturbances in emotional expression. C. Catatonic, does not respond to external stimuli, characterized by a marked lack of movement, activity, or expression. 14. Delusional disorder. 15. Psychological incapacity, a wastebasket diagnosis because it is so broad a term that it covers all possible mental disorders. Some manifestations of mental disorders. 1. Disorders of cognition, knowing, A. Illusion. B. Hallucination. 2. Disorders of memory. A. Dementia. 3. Disorders in the content of thought. A. Delusion. A. Delusion of grandeur. B. Delusion of persecution. C. Delusion of reference. D. Delusion of self-accusation. E. Delusion of infidelity. F. Nihilistic delusion. G. Delusion of poverty. H. Delusion of control. I. Delusion of depression. B. Obsession. 4. Disorders in the trend of thought. Types A. Mania. B. Melancholia. 5. Disorders of emotions or feelings, a disorder in the state of mind, fervor, or sensibility, not in accord with reality. 6. Disorders of volition or conation, doing. Conation, the mental faculty of purpose, desire, or will. To perform an action, volition. Kinds of conation. A. Impulsion or impulse, compulsion, a sudden end. Irresistible force compelling a person to the conscious performance of some action without motive or forethought. Types of compulsion. A. Pyromania, from the Greek word pyr, fire, is an impulse control disorder in which individuals repeatedly fail to resist impulses to deliberately start fires in order to relieve tension or for instant gratification. B. Kleptomania, is the inability to refrain from the urge to steal items and is done for reasons other than personal use or financial gain. C. Dipsomania, an uncontrollable craving for alcoholic liquors. D. Homicidal impulse, occurs when one person kills another suddenly and without premeditation or planning. E. Sex impulse, a sudden strong and unreflective urge or desire to have sex. F. Suicidal impulse, recurring thoughts of or preoccupation with suicide. Mortal wound, capable of causing death. Muscular system, is an organ system consisting of skeletal, smooth, and cardiac muscles. It permits movement of the body, maintains posture, and circulates blood throughout the body. Mutilation, or maiming is an act of physical injury that degrades the appearance or function of any living body. Nervous system, consists of the brain, spinal cord, sensory organs, and all of the nerves that connect these organs with the rest of the body. Obstetrics, branch of medicine that deals with pregnancy, childbirth, and the postpartum period, including care of the newborn. Paraffin test or dermal nitrate test, present on the skin of the hand or site of the wound of entrance. This test is not conclusive because of fertilizers, cosmetics, cigarettes, urine and other nitrogenous compounds with nitrates will give a positive reaction. A negative test is also not conclusive. The test usually gives a positive result even after a lapse of 3 days or even if the hands are subjected to ordinary washing. Pathology, the science of the causes and effects of diseases, especially the branch of medicine that deals with the laboratory examination of samples of body tissue for diagnostic or forensic purposes. Paulus Zacchaeus, 1584–1659, is the father of forensic medicine. Pedicai, a circumscribed extravasation of blood in the subcutaneous tissue. Physical injury, is the effect of some stimulus on the body. Physical injuries include those caused by mechanical trauma, heat and cold, electrical discharges, changes in pressure, and radiation. Mechanical trauma is an injury to any portion of the body from a blow, crush, cut, or penetrating the wound. Physics, the subject matter of physics includes mechanics, heat, light and other radiation, sound, electricity, magnetism, and the structure of atoms. Physiology, the branch of biology that deals with the normal functions of living organisms and their parts. Post-mortem, meaning after death, internal examination of the dead to determine the cause of death. Antemortem, before death. Post-mortem caloricity is the rise of temperature of the body after death due to rapid and early putrefactive changes, usually in the first 2 hours. Post-mortem avidity, it occurs in most extensive areas of the most dependent portions of the body. Puncture wound is usually caused by a sharp pointy object such as a nail, animal teeth, or a tack. This type of wound usually does not bleed excessively and can appear to close up. Putrefaction, or decomposition, is the final stage following death, produced mainly by the action of bacterial enzymes, mostly anaerobic organisms derived from the bowel. Other enzymes are derived from fungi and sometimes from insects. Kinds of putrefaction. 1. Mummification is the preservation of a body. 2. Saponification, also called adipocere formation. 3. Maceration, softening of the tissues after death by autolysis. Reproductive system, or genital system, is a system of sex organs within an organism that works together for the purpose of sexual reproduction. Many non-living substances such as fluids, hormones, and pheromones are also important accessories to the reproductive system. Respiratory system, or ventilatory system, is a biological system consisting of specific organs and structures used for the process of respiration in an organism. The respiratory system is involved in the intake and exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide between an organism and the environment. Scald is a type of burn injury caused by hot liquids or gases. Sex crimes generally involve illegal or coerced sexual conduct by one person towards another. Chaste, an unmarried woman who has had no carnal knowledge with men or that she never voluntarily had unlawful sexual intercourse. These also denote the purity of mind and innocence of heart. Shrapnel, fragments of a bomb, shell, or other object is thrown out by an explosion. Skeletal system gives the body its basic framework, providing structure, protection, and movement. Subpoena, order issued by the court to a person to appear in court. Subpoena ad testificandum is a court summons to appear and give oral testimony for use at a hearing or trial. Surgery is an ancient medical specialty that uses operative manual and instrumental techniques on a patient to investigate and or treat a pathological condition such as disease or injury, to help improve bodily function or appearance or to repair unwanted ruptured areas. Topinard and Rollet, two French anatomists who devised a formula for the determination of the height for male and female. Toxicology, the branch of science concerned with the nature, effects, and detection of poisons. Trauma, injury, a physical wound to the body caused by an external source. Virgin, a woman who has had no carnal knowledge of man. Her genital organs have not been altered by carnal connection. Virginity, a condition of a female who has not experienced sexual intercourse and whose genital organs have not been altered by carnal connection and whose hymen is still intact. Kinds of virginity. 1. Moral virginity, the state of not knowing the nature of sexual life and not having experienced sexual relations. 2. Physical virginity, a condition whereby a woman is conscious of the nature of sexual life but has not experienced sexual intercourse. 3. Demi-virginity, this term refers to a condition of a woman who permits any form of sexual liberties as long as they abstain from rupturing the hymen by the sexual act. The woman allows sexual intercourse, but only interfemora or even interlabia, but not to the extent of rupturing the hymen. 4. Virgo intacta, a truly virgin woman. There is no structural change in her organ, notwithstanding the fact of previous sexual intercourse. Carnal knowledge is the act of a man in having a sexual bodily connection with a woman. There is carnal knowledge if there is the slightest penetration in the sexual organ of the female by the sexual organ of the male. Virtuous female, if her body is pure and if she has never had any sexual intercourse with another through her mind and heart is impure. Vital reaction, the response of living body tissues to injury. Wound, in legal medicine, it means strictly a solution of continuity. An injury to living tissue caused by a cut, blow, or other impacts, typically one in which the skin is cut or broken. Open wound, there is a break in the continuity of the skin. 1. Abrasion, a wound consisting of superficial damage to the skin. Scratch, friction mark. 2. Bruise, is a common skin injury that results from the breakage of tiny blood vessels leaking under the skin. Blood from damaged blood vessels beneath the skin collects near the surface of the skin to appear as what we recognize as a black and blue mark. Caused by a blunt injury to the tissues which damage blood vessels beneath the surface, allowing blood to extravasate or leak into the surrounding tissues. 3. Incised wound, caused by a clean, sharp-edged object such as a knife, razor, or glass splinter. 4. Stab wound, is a specific form of penetrating trauma to the skin that results from a knife or a similar pointed object that is deeper than it is wide. 5. Punctured wound, is a deep wound caused by something sharp and pointed, like a nail. The opening on the skin is small, and the puncture wound may not bleed much. Puncture wounds can easily become infected. 6. Perforating wound, a wound with an entrance and exit opening. 7. Lacerated wound, that occurs when skin, tissue, and/or muscle is torn or cut open. Lacerations may be deep or shallow, long or short, and wide or narrow. Most lacerations are the result of the skin hitting an object, or an object hitting the skin with force. 8. Bite, is a wound received from the teeth of an animal, including humans. 9. Gunshot wound, GSW ballistic trauma, is a form of physical trauma sustained from the discharge of arms or munitions. Barotrauma, wound, injury caused by a change in atmospheric pressure. Defense wound, or self-defense wound is an injury received by the victim of an attack while trying to defend against the assailant. Often found on the hands and forearms, where the victim has raised them to protect the head and face or to fend off an assault, but may also be present on the feet and legs where a victim attempts defense while lying down and kicking out at the assailant. Forensic medicine definition of terms. Adegus, the reproductive organ of a male insect. Agnosia, impairment or loss associated with brain injury of the ability to recognize or comprehend the meaning of stimuli including familiar objects and symbols. Airways, any part of the respiratory tract through which air passes during breathing. Alveolar ducts, the smallest of the lungs' airways that connect terminal bronchioles and alveolar sacs, sometimes called bronchioles. Alveoli, microscopic air sacs in which gas exchange between the blood and the lungs occur. Amnesia, partial or total loss of memory for past experiences. Anarthria, loss of the ability to form words accurately caused by brain lesion or damage to peripheral nerves that carry impulses to the articulatory muscles. Anemia, any condition in which the number of red blood cells, the amount of hemoglobin, and the volume of packed red blood cells per 100 milliliters of blood are less than normal. It may result from increased destruction of red blood cells, excessive blood loss or decreased production of red cells. Aplastic anemia, anemia caused by aplasia of bone marrow or its destruction by chemical agents or physical factors. Autoimmune hemolytic, acquired disorder characterized by premature erythrocyte destruction owing to abnormalities in the individual's own immune system. Hemolytic, anemia caused by hemolysis of red blood cells resulting in reduction of normal red cell lifespan. Iron deficiency anemia, anemia resulting from a demand on stored iron greater than can be met. Megaloblastic anemia, anemia in which megaloblasts are found in the blood, usually due to a deficiency of folic acid or vitamin B12. Microangiopathic hemolytic, a hemolytic process associated with thrombotic purpura, prosthetic heart valve, and burns. It is visualized in the peripheral blood smear by fragmentation of the red cells and other bizarre morphology. Pernicious, a type of megaloblastic anemia due to a deficiency of vitamin B12, directly linked to absence of intrinsic factor. Sickle cell, hereditary chronic anemia in which abnormal sickle or crescent-shaped erythrocytes are present. It is due to the presence of hemoglobin S in the red blood cells. Antibody, a protein produced for body defense in response to an antigen. An antibody is a substance that appears in the plasma or body fluids as a result of stimulation by an antigen and will react specifically with that antigen in some observable way. Anticoagulant, a substance such as ETA that prevent coagulation or clotting of the blood. Antigen, a foreign substance, usually a protein, capable of stimulating an antibody response for body defense. Any substance that when introduced perinaturally into an individual lacking this substance, stimulates the production of an antibody that when mixed with the antibody react with it in some observable way. Aplasia, failure of an organ or tissue to develop normally. Asphyxia, lack of oxygen or excessive carbon dioxide in the body. Asphyxia may lead to unconsciousness, seizures, damage to various sensory systems and death. Asthma, a chronic condition in which constriction, spasm, of the bronchial tubes occurs in response to irritation, allergy, or other stimuli. Atherosclerosis, deposition of plaques of cholesterol esters in blood vessels, resulting in the narrowing of the vessel lumen and restricting blood flow. Atrophy, a loss of function due to age, disuse, or disease. Autism, mental introversion in which thinking is governed by personal needs and the world is perceived in terms of wishes rather than reality. Extreme preoccupations with one's own thoughts and fantasies. Autopsy, a physical examination of the corpse through dissection to determine cause of death, also necropsy and postmortem. Bestiality, is a sexual intercourse by a human being with a lower animal. Biopsy, a small piece of tissue excised for the purpose of analysis. Bite mark, a circular or oval patterned injury consisting of two opposing symmetrical U-shaped arches separated at their bases by open spaces. Following the periphery of the arches are a series of individual abrasions, contusions, or lacerations reflecting the size, shape, arrangement, and distribution of the class characteristics of the contacting surfaces of the human dentition. Bloat, the transient phase in corpse decomposition that follows the fresh phase and is characterized by excessive swelling, produced by gases trapped internally. Blood group, an immunologically distinct, genetically determined class of human erythrocyte antigens, identified as A, B, AB, and O. A classification of red blood cell surface antigens, ABO is the best known of the blood group systems. Blood type, a way of saying which blood group antigens are present on the person's red cells. Blood-borne pathogen, infectious, disease-causing microorganism that may be found or transported in biological fluids. Blood stain, liquid blood that has dried once it has come in contact with a surface. Body bag, a heavy waterproof bag usually closed with a zipper and used to transport a corpse. Body dump site, the location where an offender disposes of the murder victim's body. Bondage, the combining of sadism and masochism. Bronchi, singular bronchus, large divisions of the trachea that convey air to and from the lungs. Bronchiole, a small diameter airway branching from a bronchus. Bronchitis, inflammation of the mucous membrane of the bronchial tubes, usually associated with a persistent cough and sputum production. Bronchospasm, contraction of the smooth muscle of the bronchi causing the narrowing of the bronchi. This narrowing increases the resistance or airflow into the lungs and may cause a shortness of breath typically associated with wheezing. Buccal coitus, coitus parus or sin of Gemara, the male organ is introduced into mouth, usually of a young child. Cadaver dog, canines specially trained to find human decomposition scent and alert their handlers to its location. Cadaverine, malodorous chemical compound produced during decomposition. Cause of death, an injury or disease that ultimately lead to death of the individual, generally determined by medical examiner or coroner, pathologists. Carrion, decaying animal flesh. Cephalothorax, the anterior body region in some arthropods consisting of the fused head and thorax. Cerebellum, the large brain mass located at the posterior base of the brain, responsible for balance and coordination of movement. Cerebral contusion, bruising of brain tissue marked by swelling and hemorrhage and resulting in loss of consciousness. Cerebral edema, swelling of the brain caused by excessive buildup of fluid in the tissue. Cerebral infarctions, is an ischemic stroke resulting from a disturbance in the blood vessels supplying blood to the brain. Cerebrum, the largest portion of the brain, include the cerebral hemispheres, cerebral cortex and basal ganglia. Chronic, persistent, prolonged, repeated. Cirrhosis, a chronic disease of the liver marked by degeneration of cells, inflammation, and fibrous thickening of the tissue, can be cause equals D by long-term alcoholism, viral infections, and metabolic disease. Clitoris, erectile tissue in female analogous to male penis, located above the urethra and covered by the clitoral hood. Clot, a thick mass of coagulated liquid, example blood. A blood clot is formed by a complex mechanism involving plasma protein, fibrinogens, platelets, and other clotting factors. Coagulation, the process of stopping blood flow from a wound or by which blood forms clot. Coagulopathy, a disease affecting the blood clotting process. Code of Hammurabi, is the oldest known medico-legal code. Coma, state of profound unconsciousness from which the patient cannot be aroused. Concussion, sudden shock to or jarring of the brain which may or may not cause a loss of consciousness. Conjunctiva, the delicate mucous membrane that covers the exposed surface of the eyeball and lines of the eyelids. Contact wound, a wound that results when a small weapon is fired in contact with the skin. May divided into tight or loose contact wounds based on the amount of pressure used against the skin. Contusion, a bruise that is either superficial or internal. An injury caused by blood object impact without laceration with surface discoloration due to subsurface hemorrhaging. An injury to subsurface tissue caused by a blow from a blunt instrument that does not break the skin. Convulsion, is a medical condition where the body muscle contract and relax rapidly and repeatedly, resulting in an uncontrolled shaking of the body. Cornea, the transparent membrane that cover the colored part of the eye. Coronary artery, an artery supplying blood to the heart. Coroner, medical examiner, pathologists, an officer responsible for determining the manner and cause of death. Corpse, a dead human body, also called cadaver. Cunnilingus, is the oral stimulation of the female genitalia. Death, the loss of life characterized clinically by combined failure of respiratory, cardiovascular, and nervous system activity. Decomposition, post-mortem degenerative rotting of the corpse. Chemical breakdown, separating compounds into their component parts, includes breakdown of proteins by putrefaction, of carbohydrates by fermentation, and of fats by rancidification. Decubitus, may be seen as a bedsore that can produce an ulcer in the body caused by lying long in one position. This pressure necrosis can be found on elderly patients. Defense wounds, stab or incised wounds to the hands, wrists, forearms, and arms that may contain embedded fragments of the weapon. Delirium, extreme mental excitement marked by defective perception, impaired memory, and rapid succession of confused and unconnected ideas, often with illusions and hallucinations. Delusion, firm belief opposed to reality but maintained in spite of strong evidence to the contrary. Diatoms, are microscopic, unicellular, silica-coated algae. Presence of diatoms in tissue is a sign of ante-mortem drowning. Diatoms are examined by acid digestion technique. Dipsomania, an irresistible desire for alcoholic drinks at periodic intervals. Durham rule, an accused person is nor criminally responsible if his unlawful act is the product of mental disease or mental defect. Ecchymosis, is the medical term for a subcutaneous purpura larger than 1 cm or a hematoma, commonly called a bruise. Eclampsia, an acute disorder of pregnant and puerperal women, associated with convulsions and coma. Embolism, obstruction of a blood vessel by foreign substances or by a blood clot. Endemic, a disease that occurs continuously in a particular population but has a low mortality rate such as measles. Endocarditis, inflammation of the lining membrane of the heart. May be due to invasion of microorganisms or an abnormal immunologic reaction. Epidural hemorrhage, bleeding in the space between the dura mater and skull or wall of the vertebral canal around the spinal cord. Epistaxis, hemorrhage from the nose, nosebleed. Erythrocytes, red blood cells. A type of blood cell that contain a nucleus in all vertebrates but man and that has hemoglobin in the cytoplasm. Erythroderma, intense, widespread reddening of the skin. Esophagus, the portion of the digestive canal extending from the throat to the stomach, also referred to as gullet. Eunuchs, male prostitutes. Euthanasia, mercy killing. It means producing painless death of a person suffering from hopelessly incurable and painful disease. Exoskeleton, a skeleton on the outside of the body whose inner walls serves as a point for the attachment of muscles. Feces, animal solid waste material discharged from the rectum through the anus. End product of digestion after absorption of nutrients and reabsorption of water. Fellatio, is the oral stimulation or manipulation of the penis either by the female or male. Fetishism, sexual satisfaction by contact with articles of opposite sex. Forensic medicine, is the application of medical knowledge in the administration of law and justice. Forensic taphonomy, the study of post-mortem processes affecting human remains for the purposes of interpreting forensic data. Fortunato Fedele, an Italian physician who in 1602 published the first book on forensic medicine. Frigidity, is the inability to start or to maintain the sexual arousal pattern in the female. Frautrism, contact with other persons to obtain sexual gratification. Gangrene, death of tissue due to lack of blood supply. Gastritis, inflammation of the stomach, characterized by epigastric pain or tenderness, nausea, vomiting, and systemic electrolyte changes if vomiting persists. Glaucoma, a disease of the eye characterized by abnormal and damaging high pressure in the eye, usually due to a blockage of the channel that normally allows the outflow of fluid from the eye. Hematology, branch of biology that deals with blood and blood-forming organs. Hematoma, accumulation of blood in the tissue due to internal hemorrhaging. A tumor of blood caused by leakage from damaged blood vessels. It contains enough blood to form a blood-filled space. Hemolysis, destruction or dissolution of red blood cells in such a manner that hemoglobin is liberated into the medium in which the cells are suspended. Hemolytic anemia, any anemia resulting from destruction of red blood cells. Hemophilia, a hereditary blood disease characterized by impaired coagulability of the blood and a strong tendency to bleed. Hemoptysis, coughing and spitting of blood as a result of bleeding from any part of the respiratory tract. Hemorrhage, escape of whole blood from a blood vessel. Abnormal internal or external bleeding. May be venous, arterial, or capillary from blood vessels into the tissues, or into or from the body. Herniation, rupture of tissue into an adjacent space due to internal pressure or swelling. Hydras, castrated eunuchs. Homosexuality means persistent emotional and physical attraction to members of same sex. Hymen, thin membrane, in females, that separates the external genitalia from the vagina. The outer surface is a dry, squamous epithelium, and the inner surface is a moist mucous membrane. Hypothermia, having a body temperature below normal. Hypovolemia, diminished blood volume. Hypoxia, condition in which below normal levels of oxygen are present in the air, blood, or body tissues, short of anoxia. Impetigo, highly contagious, rapidly spreading skin disorder caused by Staphylococcus or Streptococcus and characterized by red blisters. Impetigo sometimes occurs as a result of poor hygiene. Inbreeding, reproduction between related individuals. Incised wound, injury produced by a sharp instrument and characterized by lack of surface abrasion and absence of bridging vessels, nerves, and smooth margins. Incision, a wound produced by a sharp-edged instrument or object. Ischemia, obstruction of blood flow, usually by arterial narrowing, that causes lack of oxygen and other blood-borne nutrients. Ischemia necrosis, death of cells as a result of decreased blood flow to affected tissues. Invertebrate, any species of animal lacking a backbone. Impotence, is the inability of a person to perform sexual intercourse. Jaundice, yellowing of the skin and whites of the eyes due to an accumulation of bile pigments, for example, bilirubin, in the circulating blood. Another cause is liver damage caused by hepatitis. Kleptomania, an irresistible desire to steal articles of little value. Labia majora, outer lips to the vagina that are covered by pubic hair after menarche, onset of menstruation. Laceration, a wound produced by a tear in the skin due to application of blunt force in crushing or shearing. Livor mortis, a coloration of the skin of the lower parts of a corpse caused by the settling of the red blood cells as the blood ceases to circulate. Lymphocyte, a general class of white blood cells that are important components of the immune system of vertebrate animals. Maggot, the larva of a firefly. It sheds its skin twice and has 3 growth instars prior to pupariation. A legless larva without a well-developed head capsule. Mandible, a mouth organ of invertebrates, especially in the arthropods and insects, used for seizing, biting, and manipulating food. With vertebrate organisms, it is recognized as the lower jaw. Manner of death, a typology of deaths according to whether they are due to homicide, suicide, accident, or natural causes. Death occurs in one of 4 manners: natural, if caused solely by disease; accidental, if it occurs without apparent intent; suicidal, if caused by the deceased; and homicidal, if someone other than the deceased caused it. Malingering, shamming, means conscious, planned feigning or pretending a disease for the. Masochism, opposite of sadism, derived from the name of Leopold von Secker-Masoch, an Austrian novelist, being whipped by his wife used to be a stimulant for his literary work. Medical jurisprudence, deals with the legal rights, privileges, duties and obligations of medical practitioner. Meningitis, brain infection involving an acute inflammation of the membranes that cover the brain and spinal cord, characterized by drowsiness, confusion, irritability, and sensory impairments. Mite, any arthropod in the order Acaridae. These are very small 2-minute animals having 4 pairs of legs in the adult stage, but only 3 pairs in the larva. All mites have chelicerated mouth parts and lack mandibles. Mummification, the drying, shrinking, and hardening of dead flesh due to extreme dehydration. Mutilomania, an irresistible desire to mutilate animals. Myosis, the invasion of any living vertebrate animal, including people, by fly larvae, especially maggots. The description may be further refined to indicate location affected, for example, nasal myosis, rectal myosis, or the predisposing cause, for example, traumatic myosis in a suppurating wound. Myosis may be classified as either primary or secondary, facultative. Myocardial ischemia, insufficient oxygen supplies to meet the metabolic demands of heart muscles. Myocarditis, inflammation of the muscles of the heart. Myoclonus, involuntary spasm or twitching of a muscle or group of muscles. Myoglobin, the oxygen-transporting, pigmented protein of muscle resembles blood hemoglobin in function. Myotomy, cutting of muscle, in forensic odontology, cutting facial muscles to release post-mortem rigor mortis. Necrophagia, necros, corpse, phagia, to eat. Necrophilia, sexual intercourse with dead body. Necrophilus, having a dietary fondness for dead flesh. Necrosis, death of one or more cells or a portion of a tissue or organ. Neoplasm, a new and abnormal formation of tissue such as a tumor or a growth. Neuropathy, a disorder of the nervous system, in contemporary usage, a disease involving the cranial or spinal nerves. Neuroses, the patient suffer from emotional or intellectual disorder but does not lose touch with reality. Osteoarthritis, deterioration in joint integrity connected with use were exacerbated by inflammation and related to reduction in bone density. Osteomyelitis, inflammation of the bone especially the marrow caused by a pathogenic organism. Osteoporosis, increased porosity of the bone, seen most often in the elderly. Pedophile, is an adult who repeatedly engages in sexual activities with children below the age of puberty. Paraphilias, abnormal and unorthodox sex play using unusual objects or parts of the body. Perimortem, at or near the time of death. Pedicai, pinhead-sized, red, dots which are minute hemorrhages found inside the eyelids and the facial skin, considered by pathologists to be a sign of strangulation. Phobia, it is an excessive or irrational fear of a particular object or situation. Plasma, the liquid portion of whole blood containing water, electrolytes, glucose, fats, proteins, and gases. Contains all the clotting factors necessary for coagulation but in an inactive form. Once coagulation occurs, the fluid is converted to serum. Pneumonitis, inflammation of the lungs. Post-mortem, after death, occurring after death, or pertaining to a post-mortem examination, an autopsy. Post-mortem, artifact alteration to the body that occurs after death that is not related to antemortem injury. Post-mortem interval, the period of time between death and corpse discovery. Priapism, painful penile erection and absence of sexual desire. Pseudo-malingering, a phenomenon whereby a mentally ill individual feigns the mental illness he or she actually has. The behavior is considered a temporary ego-supportive device that allows the individual to feel he or she has control over the illness. Psychological autopsy, an attempt to determine the mode of death, whether an accident, suicide, homicide, or natural causes, by an examination of what was known about the deceased. Psychopath, a person who is neither insane nor mentally defective but fails to conform to normal standards of behavior. Psychoses, they are characterized by withdrawal from reality, living in a world of fantasy. Pulmonary edema, accumulation of extravascular fluid in the lungs that impairs gas exchange, usually due to either increased intravascular pressure or increased permeability of the pulmonary capillaries. Putrefaction, the foul-smelling, anaerobic decomposition of moist or wet organic matter by microorganisms. The breakdown of tissues, particularly proteins, due to enzyme action. Pyromania, sexual stimulation while seeing flames or destruction of buildings. Rigor mortis, the stiffness of the body after death that helps in reconstructing the time at which death occurred. The progressive rigidity of a corpse following death, caused by an accumulation of lactic acid in dying muscle tissues. This is a temporary condition lasting 12 to 36 hours. Sadism, sexual gratification is obtained or increased from acts of physical cruelty or causing of pain upon one's partner. The term is derived from the name of a French nobleman, Marquis de Sade, infamous for his crimes and writings. Many of his stories were about sexuality, cruelty, and torture. Saponification, the conversion of corpse body fat into a curd-like foul-smelling product called adipocere. Saprophagus, feeding on dead or decaying plant or animal material, such as carrion, corpses, dung, or rotting wood. Satyriasis, incessant sexual desire. Scoliosis, a lateral curvature of the spine. Scurvy, a deficiency disease characterized by hemorrhagic manifestations and abnormal formation of bones and teeth. Sepsis, pathologic state, usually febrile, resulting from the presence of microorganisms or their poisonous products in the bloodstream. Septicemia, bacteria in the blood system with signs and symptoms of disease. Sexual oralism, it is the obtaining of sexual pleasure from the application of the mouth to the sexual organs. Sodomy, is anal intercourse between two males or between a male and female. It is also called buggery. It is also called gerontophilia when the active agent is an adult, and pederasty, when the passive agent is a young boy who is known as catamite. Tachycardia, rapid heartbeat, typically greater than 100 beats per minute. Tachypnea, rapid breathing. Tattooing, a characteristic pattern in the skin caused by particles of unburned and partially burned powder from a shotgun blast at very close range. Also may be called stippling. Tetany, condition marked by involuntary muscle contractions or spasms. Trauma, an injury that is the result of any force such as blunt, sharp, or penetrating. Transvestism, trans, opposite, vesta, clothing of onism. The term is derived from the name of Chevalier d'Ian Beaumont, a Frenchman. It is usually found in the males who derived sexual pleasure by wearing female dress. Trebutism, female homosexuality. Sexual gratification of a woman is obtained by another woman by simple lip kissing, generalized body contact, deep kissing, manual manipulation of breast and genitalia, genital apposition, friction of external genital organs, etc. In some case, artificial penis or phallus may be used. Throttling, is manual strangulation. Unionism, sexual pleasure by witnessing the act of urination. Vasodilation, increased diameter of the blood vessels. Voyeurism, scoptophilia, peeping Tom, sexual enjoyment by watching. Wheezing, breathing noisily and with difficulty, usually a sign of spasm or narrowing of the airways. Xenona, eunuch with intact genitalia.